Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the New Zealand Rowing Championships. And boy, what an exciting day we have ahead, starting with some A finals, B and A finals. Really, really looking forward to the star-studded lineup in the B and A final, the men's under-22 singles. And then we will go into the women's under-22 single A finals. So some great racing coming up. Stay tuned. And we will be back with you shortly. We can see on the screen that the B final will be rowing into the blocks shortly. So once we see those boats heading in, we'll come back to you with the lineup for the B final in the men's under-22 single here at the New Zealand Rowing Championships Day 3. Right, we're ready to go now in the men's under 22 single scull B final. All the scullers are in the blocks, and that is Waikato you're getting a look at there, Seb Fulton. So the only one scratched out is lane number 7, Avon 1. So in lane number 1 of the B final, the men's under 22 singles, we have Taupo's Harry February. Lane number 2 is Wellington 1, Josh Clark. Lane 3, Waido number 2, Finn Allison. Lane 4, Star number 1, Ari Magasiva. Lane 5, Waikato number 5, Seb Fulton. Lane 6, Ashburton number 1, Gerard Wall. Lane 7 is empty, and lane 8 is Petone number 1, Hunter Sowerby. That is the lineup for the B final in the men's under 22 single, due to get underway at 8 o'clock exactly. So we are good to go for the first final, albeit a B final, but we are due to get underway. That's Jed Wall that you can see there representing Ashburton in lane 6, coached by his father, Justin Wall, and they are away in the B final of the under 22 single. All scullers out clean. So 5 and 6 have gone out quickly. That's Seb Fulton from Waikato and Jed Wall from Ashburton. These two have started well in the B final. So it's Seb Fulton, Jed Wall, and down there to Josh Clark in lane number 2 for Wellington. Those are the three front runners as they come down to the 250. Still probably on quite a high strike rate at the moment as they settle into their work. So coming to the 250, I think it's going to be Jed Wall that goes through first. And then just alongside of him is Seb Fulton from Waikato. And then down into lane number 2 is Josh Clark from Wellington. From there we come back to Ari Magasiva, Finn Allison, Harry February in lane 1, and out to Hunter Sowerby from Petone in lane 8. Beautiful conditions here on the lake, nice and early for this B final. The A final will be going into the blocks now. So through we go. It's still Jed Wall out of Ashburton. Chasing him is Seb Fulton from Waikato. And then we have Ari Magasiva pushing up on Josh Clark from Wellington. So that's your 1, 2, 3 in the B final of the men's under 22 single. The A final is going into the blocks. They'll be going in shortly. In fact, they're probably there now. So the A final there on your screen of the men's under 22 single. This is going to be a sensational race. This is a very, very strong field this year in this event. And lane number 1 is Auckland number 1, Auckland Rowing Club's Ryan Gass. Lane number 2 is Waikato number 2, Evan Williams. Lane 3, Waikato number 6, Finn Hamill. Lane 4, Waikato number 1, Oscar Ruston. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm number 1, Jack Pearson. Lane 6, Dunstan Arm number 2, Angus Kenny. Lane 7, Waikato number 4, Ben Oliviers. And lane 8 is Waido number 1, Ashley James Fitzgerald. So this is a great lineup here in the A final of the men's under 22 single. And I'm really looking forward to see how this plays out, because all of these scullers have either had some representation in the past, or are looking for future representation in New Zealand teams. So this is a great field in the under 22 single. Just before they start, we'll give you an update on that B final. And it's still Jed Wall. Jed Wall still leading at home as they come down towards the 1K. So it's Jed Wall out of Ashburton. He's still leading this B final of the men's under 22 single. And going well, Seb Fulton from Waikato, Ari Magasiva and Josh Clark from Star and Wellington. So men's under 22 single A final, sitting calmly in the blocks, getting ready to go. This will be our first A final of the New Zealand Rowing Championships. First set of medals to be decided. And this is going to be a great race. Looking forward to this. Waikato well represented there. They've got 4 scullers in this lineup, so they make up half of the lineup here. That's a look at lane number 3. That's Finn Hamill, a silver medalist in the lightweight single at the World Under 23s. So a great sculler in his own right. There we go. That's a look in the B final at Jed Wall. Jed's gone out to clear water over Seb Fulton, Sebastian Fulton from Waikato in lane 5. So he's still sitting in second. Ari Magasiva chasing strongly right alongside Seb in lane 4. And then we go down into lane number 3. That's Finn Ellison starting to pop up. So it's still Jed Wall. He's going to bring this home in the B final. And he's gone out to a couple of boat lengths now over Seb Fulton, who's got half a length over... Seb Fulton's got half a length over Ari Magasiva from Star. So just waiting for that A final to start here. We are in attention and we're away. We are away in the under 22 single. First A final is out of the blocks. Can't wait to see how this... Oh, we've had a false start. No. Oh, that's gutting. Okay, I wonder who it was. It's been a false start. That is not what we want to see in the first A final, but unfortunately they're going to have to row themselves back. They haven't gone very far, so it was a very quick call by the starter or the aligner. But we have had a false start in the under 22 singles, so we'll be a few minutes away now from starting that race again, and we'll find out who the false start came from shortly. Right, back out to the B final. This gives us a chance to focus on these men, and it is still Jed Wall from Ashburton over Seb Fulton from Waikato over Ari Magasiva from Star. Right, let's reset the clock and try this one again. It was a false start. Can't confirm the lane at the moment to you, but we will be underway in a moment with the A final again of the men's under 22 single. These guys, this will be a really important moment for them. They're going to have to reset, stay calm, go back to their original game plan, how to come out of the blocks, how to settle. They've just got to forget what's happened and go again. And let's hope that this time the race continues. So no more false starts from any of these scullers. So everyone's back in the blocks. No damage to boats, I don't think. No gear breakage. So it probably has come down to a false start. And we're due to get underway very shortly. So lane number 3 is Finn Hamill. That's who you're looking at there on the screen. Those are all the 8 scullers. They're back in the blocks. Looks like Ashley James Fitzgerald has just come forward now, I think. So they might be due to get underway very shortly again in the A final. No, looking quite relaxed. That looks like Jack Pearson from Dunstan. So Jack is in lane number 5, Dunstan number 1. He doesn't look like he's ready to race, so maybe they haven't called them forward yet. He's looking pretty calm, so they might just be going through final checks before they get these gentlemen up and racing. None of them are sitting forward, so nice and relaxed at the moment. Beautiful calm conditions for these scullers. Good look at one of the favourites here in the 22 single. Oscar Ruston, being coached by Dick Tonks this season in the Performance Hub. So expecting a strong race from Oscar here. And Oscar is in one of those centre lanes. He's right beside Jack Pearson, who's in lane 5. Oscar Ruston in lane 4. And he's just staying calm, probably just having a quiet chat to himself about going through his processes. Not thinking too much about the result, just thinking about what he needs to do when he gets out of the blocks. So they will all come forward shortly. Just go through that roll call again. So we've still got Ryan Gass from Auckland in lane 1, Evan Williams from Waikato 2 in lane 2, Finn Hamill from Waikato 6 in lane 3, Oscar Ruston from Waikato 1 in lane 4, Jack Pearson, Dunstan Arm number 1, lane 5, Angus Kenny, Dunstan Arm Dunstan Arm 2 in lane 6, Ben Oliviers, Waikato 4 in lane 7, and Ashley James Fitzgerald from Wairau number 1 in lane 8. That's the makeup of this A final in the men's under 22 single. B final confirmed result now has come through, and that was won by Jed Wall from Ashburton, a time of 7:14. Second place was Seb Fulton from Waikato number 5, and third was Ari Magasiva from Star. That's Jack Pearson sitting in lane 5, Dunstan number 1, still looking pretty calm. Okay, he looks like he's come forward now, so maybe no. Yep, I'd say they're getting ready to go now. Yep, they're all sitting up, white flags up, so we're due to go now in the first final. Oh, we're underway. Here we go. A final of the men's under 22 single scull. And Ben Oliviers, as suspected, has gone out super quickly with a turbo engine on lane 7. He's gone out very, very fast to try and pull in Oscar Ruston in lane 4. He knows to get a medal, he's going to have to sit in front of Oscar. And Jack Pearson has also started well from Dunstan Arm number 1 in lane 5. So it's Ben Oliviers, Oscar Ruston and Jack Pearson who have started well. Chasing Jack would be Angus Kenny in lane 6 and Finn Hamill in lane 3. They're all heading out towards the 250. We'll watch them as they come through. They're going to settle onto their work, and I would say we're looking at Oscar Ruston at the moment in lane 4. Oscar will be the one to watch here for that gold medal in the under 22 single. So it's Oscar lengthening out onto his work. Then we've got Ben Oliviers in lane 7. Great to see Alex Kennedy up here. He's a great help with his eyes watching these races, but this is a really strong field in the under 22 single, and we are looking at Oscar pushing out already very early onto clear water over Ben Oliviers. Ben Oliviers has been chased hard at the moment by Jack Pearson and Evan Williams. So keep an eye on Evan Williams down there in lane number 2. And Evan is just starting to push up in that black boat. He's putting some pressure on Jack Pearson. Jack Pearson is pulling in Ben Oliviers. So a similar event happening here for Oscar Ruston. Alex was just telling me in his Māori under-18 single final was a similar race for him. He shot out early from the blocks, got clear water, and ended up dominating the field in the under-18 single at his Māori Cup. So really great to see Oscar going well here. I think he was a bronze medalist in this event last year, and I think Evan finished in front of him. So Oscar was out of Gisborne boys, so I hope there's some Gisborne supporters out there watching this phenomenal sculler coming down inside probably the middle 1,000 at the moment. Ben Oliviers is currently still sitting in that silver position, and we're looking for bronze, which is currently with Jack Pearson. But look down on the inside, that might be Evan Williams now having a go at Jack Pearson. So Evan Williams and Angus Kenny. Oh, it's all closing up on Ben Oliviers at the moment, and Finn Hamill also in there. Finn's just looked across at Jack Pearson. So, oh my goodness, there's a big lineup here of Waikato and Dunstan Arm for silver and bronze, because Oscar Ruston has left the field. You can only see his jet stream in the foreground there as he takes off. But look at this lineup of 5 scullers for silver and bronze. This is going to be a tight race to call down to the line. And Ben Oliviers has been caught now by Jack Pearson. Jack Pearson is sitting up there with Evan Williams. And here comes Angus Kenny and Finn Hamill. Down on the inside, Ryan Gass just back a little bit, as is Ashley James Fitzgerald. Oscar Ruston has now gone through the 1,000 metre. Geez, these guys move quickly. 1:42 race pace, sub 7 minutes potentially on the course at the moment. This is phenomenal. Oscar Ruston's put his name forward for the under-23 trials, as have some of these other athletes who will be needing to get on the dais here to prove themselves. So this is all closing up here in the under-22 single. It's exactly how we thought it was going to go. I was fairly confident that Oscar might jump clear here, which is what he's done. Probably not by the margin I'm seeing at the moment. Jack Pearson's under pressure from his teammate Angus Kenny, and here comes Finn Hamill. Finn Hamill being chased by Evan Williams, and then Ben Oliviers back in lane number 7. So I hope someone starts to push forward here. Under 23 lightweight single sculler, Finn Hamill was a silver medalist at the World Champs last year, World Under 23 Championships, and he's down there in lane number 3. So Finn has got some tough racing under his belt. He knows how to race internationally, whereas some of these other guys may not have had that experience. Ben Oliviers has had it. He was in the 23 quad. But let's have a look. It's still Jack Pearson being chased by his teammate Angus Kenny and Finn Hamill. Really beautiful reach out onto that catch. Look how relaxed he looks. Mind you, wouldn't you look that relaxed with that sort of distance out on the field? This is a quality field here. These are no muppets out here racing. These are great guys racing. 1:46 race pace. So we are on track to see something pretty special here, considering that Jed Wool did a 7:14, and we know Oscar Ruston's a lot quicker than that. This could be pretty phenomenal here. But I tell you now, keep an eye on silver and bronze, because it's really going to go from now with under 500 to go. Jack Pearson's still sitting in silver. Angus Kenny's fighting for the bronze, and he's up against Finn Hamill and Evan Williams. Oh, they're all closing up. Here we go. This is tight. Jack Pearson's gone now. He has to go now if he's going to hold off Angus Kenny and Finn Hamill. Finn Hamill sitting in front of Evan Williams. Oh, this is exactly what I knew would happen. And it is Jack Pearson sitting in silver with Angus Kenny in the bronze. But here comes Finn Hamill, the silver medalist from the under-23 lightweights. And Oscar Ruston has absolutely blown the field apart here at Lake Karapiro in the first day final of the day, the men's under-22 single. What a champion this young man is. Oh, here comes Evan Williams. Evan's overtaken Finn Hamill. Evan's gone into the bronze medal. He's overtaken Finn Hamill. Evan Williams is flying in lane number 2. Here comes lane 6 and 3. Jack Pearson still sitting in silver, but it's only down to 3/4 of a length. Oscar Ruston's going to take out the 22 single. He's going to do it by clear water, but we're going to have to watch silver and bronze. Oh, Finn Hamill's gone again on Evan Williams. Finn Hamill's responded. Jack Pearson's tightening up. He's going to have to be careful as he comes to the line because silver and bronze is up for grabs. It's not definite who's going to get silver and bronze. Here comes Oscar Ruston. He's going to be our first champion at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals. Congratulations, Oscar Ruston. Champion in the under-22 single. Dominant result there. And then we're looking for silver. Oh, it's close. It's super close. I think it's down in lane 3. And then Jack Pearson's going to get the bronze. Well done, Finn. What a great finish from you. And then back to Jack Pearson for the bronze in the men's under-22 single. So lane number 1 of the women's under-22 single A final is Oamaru's Emma Spittle. Lane 2, Waikato number 3, Emily Gordon. Lane 3, Waikato number 2, Emma Averill. Lane 4, Star Boating Club number 1, Mackenzie Tuffin. Lane 5, West End number 1, Holly Schaaf. Lane 6, Dunstan Arm number 1, Freddie Toddhunter. Freddie won the under-18 single at Māori last season, so keep an eye on her progression. Lane 7, Clifton number 1, Madison Neal. In lane 8, Auckland number 1, Stevie Maybe. So a great lineup here in the women's under-22 single scull A final. That's due to get underway at 8:15. So we're good to go in the under 22 single A final, the women's under 22 single. We now have a result in the men's. So let's see what happens here shortly in this A final. That's a look at Mackenzie Tuffin, one of the favourites there in lane 4 for Star. Mackenzie has been part of the New Zealand under 21 team. So she's got some international experience. Nice. I'm doing it for Clive. If you can see that shirt, I'm assuming that's Clive from Te Awamutu. Clive Stevenson, who was a stalwart of Te Awamutu rowing, lovely man, and did a lot for the rowing club. So lovely to see that shirt there getting some attention. So Mackenzie good to go in the under 22 single, which means we're due to kick off any second now. And we're away. So the red boat that you can see 3 up from the bottom, that's Freddie Todhunter out of Dunstan Arm. And she's just come out fairly sedately there, while alongside her, Holly Shea from West End's gone out quickly. And then just alongside of her, one of the favourites, Mackenzie Tuffin from Star. But it is Holly out of West End, coached by George Lawn and Nick Dorr. She has come out of the blocks pretty quickly here in the under 22 single scull. Going with her in the yellow boat is Mackenzie Tuffin out of Star. Mackenzie, one of the New Zealand under 21s, coached by Ella Pudney and Brooke Walker. And she is one that we are predicting to watch as this race progresses further down the track. Inside of Mackenzie, also travelling well, the 2 Waikato scullers. So you'll be watching Emma Averill in lane 3 and Emily Gordon in lane 2. And right down on the inside, also still within the hunt, is Emma Spittle out of Oamaru. So they're settling in through that 250 now. And it is still the 2 scullers in lanes 4 and 5. All there side by side now as we start to see Mackenzie Tuffin lengthen out onto her work. So Emma Spittle, part of the South Island under-18 team. So this is a really jam-packed talent field here in the under-22 single. But watch those 2 at the front. It'll be interesting to see what Holly can do to hold on to Mackenzie. Mackenzie just really long on that catch. They've both got 2 pretty different styles there in their sculling boats. Holly is quite short, upright into that catch, really hauling it into the finish, whereas Mackenzie's got a really long and fluid stroke. She's letting that boat run underneath her, which one would suspect as we get further down the track might mean she's got some more gas in the tank if she doesn't have to overrate it. And if she needs to lift that rating up, she'll be able to go. But these 2 scullers have gone out to clear water now. Sitting in the bronze medal position currently is Emma Averill out of Waikato number 2. She was in the junior quad a couple of years ago, 2022. So another seasoned campaigner. And then down there in the red boat is Freddie Todhunter out of Dunstan Arm. So these are the 2 leaders at the moment. It is still lane 5 over lane 4. So West End is holding about a canvas over Mackenzie Tuffin. Holly Schaaf over Mackenzie Tuffin for gold and silver. And then from there, we were looking at Emma Averill out of Waikato number 2 in lane 3. That is the 3 scullers at the moment sitting in the medal positions. Looking to chase hard, Emily Gordon down there in lane number 2. She's been part of the under-21 team in 2022-2023. So also a tough racer. Right down on the outside there is, I think that's Madison Neal that we're looking at out of Clifton. New Zealand University's scull rower, and I wouldn't say she's out of it yet, Alex, either. She's in with a hunt. She's about half a length down on Emily Gordon, which would put her in a position, if she had a strong 500 through the K here, to put her up in a position to fight for a medal. But at the moment, gold and silver have kind of walked away from this field, and Holly's done some good work here. I would say, to me, slightly, I suspected that Mackenzie might push out, but Mackenzie she might have a race plan up her sleeve. Holly hasn't quite got clear water yet, but she's heading towards that. So bronze is still sitting with the black boat of Emma Averill out of Waikato number 2, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills, and she is sitting in that bronze medal position. As I said just before to Alex, keep an eye on lane number 7, Madison Neal out of Clifton. She's just gone through Freddie Todhunter, who is also in her own right a great sculler. Through the 1K we go. Freddie is starting to push up now. She's putting some pressure on Emily Gordon from Waikato, so keep an eye on the Dunstan sculler. But out at the front of the field, Holly's decided to make a move early. She went about 9.50 out, and she's pushing out to clear water now on the silver medal sculler from Star, which is Mackenzie Tuffin. Still sitting in bronze is Emma Averill from Waikato. But I'm watching this boat from Dunstan now through the other side of the 1K into the third 500. The mover is Freddie Todd Hunter from Dunstan. She's gone through Emma Averill, but what she needs to do now is pick up she's gone through Emily Gordon. She needs to pick up Emma Averill if she wants to get a medal. But this is quite a dominant move here, Alex. This is a good move here from Holly from West End. She's already targeted Mackenzie to try and put herself on that dais, and to do that she had to go out early on Mackenzie Tuffin. Let's see how she holds on as she comes down to the 500. So this is a great move from West End Rowing Club. Holly Schaaf has really put the boot down, and she's gone out to about a length and a half now over Mackenzie Tuffin from Star. Star would have just over a length and a quarter now over Emma Averill out of Waikato. But what Holly's doing here, her boat movement is really setting her apart. And I did actually mention quite early on, she had quite a different style for Mackenzie, but it really is working. She's got a nice momentum around the back, really letting that boat run on. And just as predicted, here comes Dunstan. Freddie Todd Hunter is pushing right up on Emma Averill. Emma had a really big 8-900 in the first part of her race. Freddie was patient. She waited and waited, but here they come. They're both closing up now on Mackenzie Tuffin. Mackenzie Tuffin could be in some trouble here. She's still sitting in a silver, looking a little bit more robotic, not as long as she was in the first half of the race. But look at this race between Dunstan and Waikato. Emily Gordon and Freddie Todd Hunter pushing right up on sorry, that might be Emma Averill. I keep saying Emily Gordon. Emma Averill and Freddie Todd Hunter are really trying to push themselves up on Mackenzie Tuffin there. You can see the bow disappearing off for Holly Schaaf. I think she's looking really good as they come through that last 500. So West End on their way potentially to a gold medal here. Oh, here goes Dunstan. Dunstan have put themselves in a position for a bronze medal here. Freddie Todd Hunter, the under-18 champion from last year's Māori Cup, has put herself into a bronze medal here. And can she pull in Mackenzie Tuffin? What's going to happen with about 280 to go? What's Freddie got in the tank? Mackenzie is going again. Mackenzie's just lengthened out. Holly's inside the 250. She's on her way to a gold medal in the under-22 single. This is a great effort from West End Rowing Club. West End are on their way to a gold medal in the women's under-22 single. Down they come. And Holly is well clear of everybody else, well and truly clear. Mackenzie's holding on for silver, and Freddie Todd Hunter is holding on for the bronze. It's all closing up again. Freddie's gone down to 3/4 of a length. Mackenzie Tuffin's going to have to move if she wants to hold on to this gold. Here comes Freddie Todd Hunter. Freddie's got the yellow bucket hat. Mackenzie's just gone now. Mackenzie's seen the warning, and she's taken off. Mackenzie's going to have to hold that speed because here comes Freddie. Freddie's gone down to half a length. Freddie's making a claim for the silver medal, but Mackenzie's holding on. The New Zealand champion in the women's under-22 single is going to go to West End Rowing Club, Holly Schaaf. Congratulations, Nick Daw and George Lawn. You are going to take home the under-22 single title. Silver will go to Mackenzie Tuffin out of Star, and the bronze is going to go to Dunstan Arms, Freddie Todd Hunter. Congratulations, ladies. What a great result there in both the men's and women's under-22 singles. We move out now to repechage number 1 of the women's club, Coxless Peror. Down they come. In lane number 2, we've got Rotorua. Lane 3, Auckland 1. Lane 4, Petone 2. Lane 5, Hawke's Bay 2. And lane 6, Auckland 2. We are looking for 2 to go through to the A final. It looks like it's in the middle there. Auckland going well. There's 2 Auckland crews, so Auckland 1 going well. Just alongside them is Petone, Hawke's Bay, and then right over on the outside, also travelling really well, is Alexander Fowler-Wally and Harriet Burrell. They are going well on the outside. So they are our leaders here. It's Auckland number 2. And it might be Hawke's Bay that have got Auckland 1. It is. It's Hawke's Bay at the moment sitting in that second place. So we're inside the last 500. So it's Harriet and Alexander who are holding on here, coached by Peter Mills. So this is repechage number 1 of the Women's Club Coxless Peror, and it looks like it's going to be Auckland and Hawke's Bay that will go through to the next stage. That is the A final of the Women's Club pair. 3, 4, 5 and 6 will go through to the B final. So down through to the 130 to go is Auckland. Auckland are holding on. Hawke's Bay trying to get overlap here. But these 2 crews looking very comfortable to go through to the A final. Hawke's Bay looking a little bit longer through the water. Just a bit of power in that Auckland crew, but they are hanging on here. As they come down towards the line, these 2 will comfortably go through to the next round, which is the A final. So congratulations to Auckland and to Hawke's Bay as they come down with about 3 or 4 strokes left to go in this repechage of the Women's Club Coxless Peror. We move into the next repechage number 2 of the Women's Club Coxless Peror. They are inside the third 500, and we're looking for Hamilton 22, Layla Anea and Lily Ashton in lane 2, Waikato number 1 in lane 3, Madison Wright and Lucy Pike, lane 4, North Shore number 1, Isabel Welch and Atlanta Bruce, lane 5, Canterbury 1, Toby Rees and Libby Greaves, and lane 6 is Hamilton 21, Georgia Kendrick and Kate Davies. Right. So Isabel and Atlanta out of North Shore, they are going really well here. Inside of them is Waikato number 1's Madison and Lucy. So good racing here in repechage number 2, the Women's Club Coxless Peror. On the right-hand side of the screen is the North Shore Rowing Club crew of Isabel Welch and Atlanta Bruce, coached by Ella Campbell and Maren Howarth. They are sitting in first place down through the 500. Second place is Waikato number 1, Madison Wright and Lucy Pike, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. And then we go over to Canterbury and Hamilton, and back down to Hamilton 22. Beautiful conditions here on the lake. Behind them, these ladies want to get a little bit of a trot on because behind them's the repechage of the men's senior coxless quadruple sculls. So these men will come down pretty quickly. And there is 8 crews out there fighting for 4 spots in the A final. So North Shore there with about 2.5, 2 lengths over the Waikato crew. That is how they're going to come down to the line. They will go through to the A final of the women's club pair. Then we go over to Canterbury, Hamilton 21, and then back to Hamilton 22. We're going to go back up to this men's senior quad because that's come already through the 1K, and we need to go and cool them down as we see the closing stages of the 2 crews that will go through to the A final, and that is North Shore and Waikato in the women's club pair. Back up in the senior quad, we've got Cure in lane 1. They are back a little. Canterbury fighting for a spot in the A final in lane 2. Aotearoa Wanganui in 3. Cure in 4. Cure number 1. 5 is Dunstan Arm number 2, 6 is Hamilton 1, 7 is Tauranga 1, and 8 is Nelson 1. This is the repechage of the men's senior coxless quadruple sculls. 4 go through to the A final, and it looks like it might be, oh geez, this is a good race here. Lane 3's having a cracker, Aotearoa Wanganui number 1. Then we go 2 out from them. We've got Dunstan Arm number 2, Cure number 1, and then Hamilton are desperately trying to reel in Canterbury. So let's have a look as we come down the course. Oh, this is a great race here in the men's senior quad. This is going to be super tight to the line as they come through the 500. And it is still Dunstan. It's Connor, Jed, Matthew, Hamish. Then we go down to Aotearoa Wanganui. Then we've got Cure number 1. Then we've got Hamilton. That's how it's looking at the moment. Nelson are fighting super hard on the outside. Nelson are coming up. They're trying to put pressure on Hamilton as we come down to the 250. Nelson are the ones that are moving out on the outside. What can they do? They're trying to drag Tauranga with them. But the 4 crews looking to go through at the moment. Dunstan Arm. Then we've got Aotearoa Wanganui, Cure number 1, and Hamilton. Those are the 4 crews as they come to the 250. So Dunstan will probably go through first. Then we go to Aotearoa Wanganui, Cure and Hamilton. Those are the 4 crews looking good for the A final. Nelson are going to have to find another gear as Tauranga and Canterbury down on the inside. Charging towards the finish now in the men's senior coxless quadruple sculls. This is the repechage to get into the A final, and it is looking good right now for Dunstan. Dunstan are hanging on. Oh, God, that sun is just shocking. So it's Dunstan as they come to the line. Keep an eye on the finish here. I think we've got our 4 crews sorted out. It's just going to be what order they go over the line. Dunstan will win it. Then we're going to go to Aotearoa Wanganui. Then we're going to go to Cure. And then we'll go back to Hamilton. Those are the 4 that will go through. Right, we move into the 8 now, men's club cock state repechage. And after this, we will have a break for just over an hour. So the repechage of the men's cock state is heat number 2, North Shore 1, lane 2, North Shore 1. Lane 3, West End 1. Lane 4, Oamaru 1. Lane 5, Avon Composite with Wairau 1. Lane 6, Wellington Composite with Star number 1. Lane 7, St George's 1. 4 crews will go through to the A final of the Men's Club Coxed 8. There are 6 crews there. And we are looking for 2 to drop out into the B final and 4 to progress to the A. This is the Men's Club Coxed 8. Oh, this is a good race here. Look at how this is progressing. So the Wellington Composite crew's doing well. So is Oamaru. Great to see Oamaru with a men's 8 up there. How many going through? 4. So we've got Oamaru, the Wellington Composite with Star. Then we go to the Avon Composite with Wairau. Right down on the inside, that would be North Shore, and St George's are fighting for a spot too. So St George's are either going to have to pull in this Avon Composite crew, or they're going to have to pull in North Shore as we come through the 1K. So it's Oamaru, Wellington, North Shore. North Shore have gone into 3rd now. Then we go back to the Avon Composite. Then we go back down to St George's. Tandem rig in that St George's boat. So different rigging, as is the Wellington crew. So a couple of tandem options here that we're looking at. So we've got 5 crews at the moment going for 4 spots into the A final. So it's not over yet for North Shore or St George's, but both these crews are going to have to dig deep and keep themselves right up on the bowman of that Avon crew to stand a chance of going through. Down we come inside the 3rd 500. This is where they're going to have to sit up tall, keep that big swing on in the 8 through to the finish. All right, we're just starting to see a move here from the Wellington Star crew. So Isabella Sharp is the coxswain in the Wellington Composite crew. She's called for a big move on her boys, and they might have just nudged themselves up on Oamaru. Oamaru's still sitting in 2nd. Then we've got the Avon Composite who have done a big move to push themselves just in front of North Shore, and North Shore... they're only about 1 seat ahead of St George's at the moment. So St George's are going to have to really step it up because North Shore are on their way through to the A final at the moment. Down we come to the 500. Let's watch them as they go through. So we know the first crew that's... Oh, gosh, it's close. It's still the Wellington Composite holding on by half a canvas over Oamaru. Then we go to the Avon Composite. Then we go to North Shore and Star. They're still locked together, these two. Oh, Star and North Shore are super tight. One of them's going through into the A final. One's going into the B. North Shore are the first to move. So I think they've got the jump now on St George's. St George's are going to have to wind. They haven't gone yet. So this is going to be super tight down to the finish. They're all closing up on the Avon Composite with Wairau. And down we come towards the finish. This is great racing here in the Men's Club 8 repechage. As they come to the 250, I'm watching the Wellington Star Composite. As they come down, is it going to be them or Oamaru? I think North Shore have gone through St George's. Here we go now. That's Wellington, Oamaru, Avon. Oh, no, it's St George's. St George's have just grabbed North Shore. Let's see them as they come down towards the finish. It's only by a bell ball, but St George's have gone. They just got North Shore. North Shore are going to have to climb into it now as we come to the line. There's only 1 spot into that A final, and it's either St George's or North Shore. Oh, watching those bell balls, they are dead level. We know who 1st, 2nd, and 3rd are going to be. Wellington and Star will go through. Oamaru will go through. Avon and Wairau will go through. And then it's going to be North Shore or St George's. Watch the finish line. One of them's going into the B final. This is going to be super tight on the line. And through goes Oamaru. Through goes Wellington. Through goes Avon. Watching. Oh, I think it's St George's. I think they've done it by a bell ball. Just on a bell ball. But we'll wait for that official result to come up. Geez, they left it to the last second. Let's see what happens as the official result comes through. But we do have an hour's break now. So either St George's or North Shore have gone into that A final. You guys might have a better line on that finish than I did, but I think it was the outside with St George's. We'll just wait for that to officially come through. So we've just got about an hour off now, and then we will go to the women's novice double sculls, and John will be bringing that down. He will be the nervous coach waiting for this official result. And I bet that will take a moment or two to come through because that was tight. I wonder if they know if they've gone through yet. So we're just waiting for that official result to come through. I can see it on my screen, but it's not official yet, so we'll call that in a moment. I know that it's very, very close. Right, so by 0.13 of a second, fourth place goes to St. George's.
Teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced and active growth funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
Sitting in the start blocks. First 4 to the A final. Next 4 to the B final. We've got Godfrey and Barradell from Whangarei in 1. Gunderson and Wilson from Cambridge 21 and 2. Ruby Bullock, Edith Franks from Aramaho Whanganui in 3. White and Burke from Waikato in 4. Petrie and Broughton Savage from Avon in 5. Doggett and Hoekstra from Aramaho Wanganui's number 1 crew in 6. Pierce and Honeyfield from Clifton in 7. And in lane 8, Ryder and Southall, the Whangarei number 2 crew. So in this semi-final, 2 from Aramaho Wanganui, 2 from Whangarei. Sitting patiently in the start blocks. Sitting there ready to go. They're off in the novice semi-final. Novice women's double sculls have started. Clean line through the first 3 boys. Umpire's boat comes across into the middle. Crew in lane 5, bit of steering issues. That's cost them half a length as they straighten up back into their own lane. It's the yellow boat in the middle. That's got off to a good start. Same with the boat in lane 7. Yellow boat in lane 4's Waikato 1. The lane 7 boat is Clifton 3. They're the 2 they lead out as they come up to the first marker buoy. It's lane 7 and lane 4 in the lead by half a length. Yellow boat goes through now, the white boat goes through slightly afterwards. It's the yellow boat of Waikato. They've taken the lead over Clifton 3. Waikato 1 leading Clifton 3. Bit of pressure now coming from lane 3. That's Aramaho Wanganui number 2. They're moved into 3rd. Back and forth is towards the outside in lane 6. That's the other Aramaho Wanganui crew. Lane 5 sitting back. They lost a bit with course changes early on in the race. Let's see if they can pick their way through the field. Lane 8 dropping off. That's Whangarei number 2. They're probably now 3 to 4 lengths from the leading crew in the blue boat. Also, the other blue boat of Whangarei's probably sitting back, so we do get this formation. So they come through the 500 metres, and it's the yellow boat. It's got clear water. It's got clear water over Clifton. Clifton sitting in 2nd. They've got 3/4 of a length. Then it's really close between the Aramaho 2 sculling boats. Then we go back to lane 2, Cambridge 21, lane 5, Avon 1, just sitting in behind them. Avon working hard to try and get back up through the field. So clearly gone out now by 2 lengths is the yellow boat from Waikato, Helena White and Savannah Burke, coached by Angela Burke. They've opened up 2 lengths on the field. They're looking good in the semi-final at the early stages. Clifton Girls still hanging on by half a length from 2nd. And then we've got 4 or 5 boats within a length and a half. But there's no doubt about the winners at the moment in the semi-final that's been run here in the women's novice double sculls. It's Waikato 1. have clear water back, sort of about half a length back to the other three chasing crews. They're your first four looking at the A final at the moment. Kate Pearce and Hannah Honeyfield, coached by Gus Bergen and Jodie Haskell. They're sitting in second. You see them in the light blue there, closest on the screens with the light blue blades. In the outside, towards the outside lane, that's lane 7. We then go back in third and fourth place together is the red and yellow stripes rowing with yellow blades of Aramaho Whanganui. They're neck and neck. First four go through. Avon slowly picking up on the other crews. They're sitting in fifth now. Avon will need to work through this if they want to get up. They're still a length behind these Aramaho crews, but they've just pushed their nose ahead of the crews in lanes 1 and 2 and moved into fifth now. Waikato well clear in the yellow boat. Clifton holding on by a length over the two Aramaho crews. Can Avon get up there onto one of these Aramaho crews? They're still a length behind them. Their bow ball starting to get closer to the stern of the other boats, but they're still a length down. There they go. They've gone through the 500 to go. They're clear by 4 lengths, maybe even 5. Clifton holding on to second. They go through now. Aramaho on the outside go through now. Aramaho on the inside go through now. Avon go through now. Whangarei now. Cambridge now. That was with 500 metres to go. It's still in the semi-final of the women's novice double sculls. It's all Waikato. Clifton looked pretty certain, sitting in second place. The two Aramaho Wanganui crews, the outside one of Aramaho Wanganui 1, Agatha Doggett and Ruby Herkstra in third. Ruby Bullock and Edith Franks are sitting in fourth. We then go back to the Whangarei crew sprinting down the inside. Avon just seems to be holding the same position. Looks like the Aramaho Wanganui crew looks pretty okay on the outside. It's the other crew that's going to come under a bit of pressure as both Avon and Whangarei want to try and get up into that final. Whangarei starting to come down the inside. It's Waikato, it's Clifton. We've got the Aramaho 1 crew, it's the Aramaho 2 crew that's coming under pressure now from Whangarei. Whangarei lift again down the inside with 250 to go. Aramaho still holding them, but Whangarei trying to come at them. Avon across in the middle. First 3 crews are okay. Can this Whangarei crew come up? They're sprinting at Aramaho number 2. 200 metres to go. Battles on for fourth. It's still Aramaho. Aramaho go through. Whangarei go through. They've still got a stroke to make up. Waikato go across the line. Clifton are going to get second. The battle's down here on the inside. Aramaho still holding. Whangarei still trying to come. Clifton go across second. Aramaho go across third. Aramaho's going to hold them off. They're going to get that spot. Whangarei will be fifth. Then Cambridge, then Whangarei, then the Avon crew. Go straight back up and we're looking at the next semi-final coming down. I've got Collinson and Ware of Whangarei in 1. Boyle and Paldrew of Star in 2. Marsh and Mason of Twizel in 3. Dwyer and Karam of North Shore in 4. Neil and Robinson of Clifton in 5. Chappell and Moi Moi of Te Amutu in 6. Palmer and Stonex of Whangarei in 7. Perry and Francis of Clifton in 8. Great to see we've got 4 Whangarei crews across these 2 semi-finals. That's really great from the Wanganui Rowing Club. But let's look up. I've got the camera on them now and the crew in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're the clear leaders. Clifton number 1, Neil and Robertson, coached by Bergen and Haskell. They've got the lead. I then think we're looking back at lane 2. Lane 2 Star Boating Club, Boyle, Tiatia and Powdry. They'll be in second place. They're being pressed on the outside by Twizel. So the drone's just reaching up there now. You can see Clifton clearly in second and first place. Then the 4 crews. Then we've got Twizel. Then we've got Star, and right towards the outside, I think it's Clifton too. So first is clear cut. No worry about first. They're 3 or 4 lengths in front. Clifton on the outside trying to get up to second to make it a Clifton 1-2. They're about a canvas behind the crew towards the inside. Just got to make sure it's hard to see my colours. Lane 3, Twizel's heading Star. Twizel is still ahead of Star, so it's Twizel in second in the green on the far side. Clifton sitting in third. That's good enough to qualify. Then we go down to the inside and 2 Star sitting in fourth. Going through the 500 for the second crew. Second crew goes through now. Clifton goes through now. So that was Twizel, Clifton, and then they're followed by Star. Then the next crew of the light blue blades sitting there. Just make sure I've got all my colours right. It's very hard to see in this light. So we've got Clifton leading. It's the dark green of Twizel sitting in second. We've got Clifton on the far side. We've got Star down in lane 2. We've got North Shore not far behind them. Then we go back to the Te Awamutu and Whangarei crews. Both Whangarei crews a little bit out of it. They're number 4 and number 6. So it's all Clifton. Twizel are holding second. Battle's going to be for fourth again. Pretty sure it's Star on the inside, but there's a Clifton crew right to there. They go. We've got it in screenshot now. There your 4 crews. And sitting just in behind them, it's where the North Shore will make up, but I don't think so. North Shore sitting 2 lengths down. The first 4 look pretty set at this stage unless North Shore can do something with 250 metres to go. Cheers going in now from the crowd here. And it's Clifton. They're clearly in front. Twizel holding second. Star down the inside. Clifton right on the outside. Sitting in behind qualifying for the A final is North Shore. They're in 5th. They've still got 2 lengths on the Star and Clifton crew sitting just in front of them. Clifton go across the line. Twizel have stopped for some reason before the line. Twizel still got another couple of strokes to go. There they go. Twizel go across the line now. Clifton will get third. 2 crews through to the final. Star's going to get the final place. Then we go back to North Shore, Wellington and the 2 Whangarei crews. That was the women's novice double sculls. Next race is the men's club double sculls in that first heat. They've already gone through the 1,000 metres. Prominent crew is lane 3. That's again Clifton. Good day for the Clifton. Brock and Cox. Brock and Cox leading this first semi-final for Clifton. They've got about 800 metres to go. They're the light blue crew in lane 3. Chasing them hard, it looks like lane 2. Lane 2's Wyrell, Collins and Kirkland. They look like they're holding second. Just. It's a fairly good lineup. See the crew on the outside doing well. Also Nelson. Get a bit of a lineup now. Yes, it's lane 2 holding second. Holding third is the crew with the yellow blades. In lane 4, that's Aramaho Wanganui. That's Harkin and Newton are holding fourth at this stage. Sorry, got my angles wrong. They're holding third. Then I go right out to Nelson in fourth. They're your first four. The crew with the chance of coming up on any of them is probably the Mercer crew sitting next in fifth. Then we go back to the other three crews who are all in a bit of a line, Tauranga, Aramaho, Wanganui, and the other Mercer crew. First four pretty clear cut at this stage because they've got clear water over the fifth. In the lead, clearly, the Clifton combination in lane 3, Brock and Cox, coached by Jason Williams and Greg Cox. They've got 3 lengths on the field. We then tuck back to the Wairau crew, Collins and Kirkland, coached by Kay Surgener and Mate Straker. Then we go outside the lane of Clifton, and that's Aramaho, Whanganui, Harkin and Newton. We then go right to the outside, holding fourth. Holding fourth is Nelson 1, Jackson Taylor and Sam Johnson, coached by Tim Babbage and Phil Knight. They've still got this clear water back. They're just watching that crew in lane 5. That crew in lane 5 is the Mercer number 2 crew of Cameron Preston and Jack Simmerlink, coached by the Henrys. But the foot crew in lane, the Nelson crew on the outside are watching them. They've got clear water back to 5th. They'll have to go, Mercer. If they're going to go, they better go now with 250 metres left to go. So it's all Clifton comfortably. Wairau holding second. Aramaho in third. You can see Nelson right on the outside. Not in screenshot, but they're holding fourth. First four to the A final. It's all Clifton. Wairau holding off Whangarei. Nelson is sprinting on the outside. Mercer, I don't think they're going to do it. Tauranga coming up on Mercer. Their first four through to the A final. Clifton cross. Wairau cross. Nelson sprinted into third. Aramaho held fourth. Tauranga then over Mercer. They'll go through to the B final, and the other Mercer crew down on the inside in Aramaho. Right, semi-final number 2. Let's look way back up the lake. We've got Mercer, Ashburton, Bay of Plenty Coast in 3, Waikato in 4, St George in 5, Clifton in 6, Waikato in 7, and the other St George crew on the outside. The action's coming from lane 4. Early leaders, lane 4, Jack Henry and Seamus Foley, coached by Ben Tyson and Martin Seamus Alley. They're in the lead in lane 4. They're being followed by the crew in lane 3, I think. Lane 4 from lane 3, Bay of Plenty Coast up there at the halfway as they near the halfway mark. They've probably got 800 metres gone. Lane 4 from lane 3, if I can see correctly through my binoculars. Not far behind them, I think we have lane 6. Lane 6, Clifton 2, and the St George number 1 combination. They've just come out of the Club 8, so they haven't had much of a rest. Think they're sitting in 3rd and 4th. Let's have a look now as the drone comes up. Yep, I've got the first 4 crews right at this stage. Waikato 1 in the lead. Clifton moved up to 2nd. They're like going through, I'm not sure. It's Clifton and Bay of Plenty Coast together in 2nd and 3rd. Sitting just tucked in behind them as 4th is Terrell and Dimmock from St George. They've got a clear length over anyone else in the field. They've pulled away from the rest of the field. There's clear water back to the next 4. The first 4 have sorted themselves out. with 700 to go. In the green boat, you can see the green boat of Waikato. That's Henry and Foley. Then inside of them, we see the Bay of Peru is likely to go through because there's 2 lengths back from St. George's to the next crew, which will be down towards the inside, which will be the Lane 2 Ashburton crew. Ashburton's Connolly, White and Patterson. They're holding off Mercer in Lane 1, which is Shooter and Simmerlink. We've also got way out in Lane 7, Wilson and Squire from Waikato. Ison and Cook finding the pace a bit hot in the St. George's crew. They've just come out of the Club 8 race and they'll just be qualifying through. They've got other races later in the day. But it's out in the front. It's Waikato. Waikato. Clearly in front. Henry and Foley in the green boat on your screen. They've got 2 lengths over Clifton. Clifton in the light blue with the white hoop and the blue beads and the white boat towards the outside here. That's the boat closest in the screen that we're focusing in now on Lane 6. We then go across to the 3rd place. The 3rd place is Bay of Plenty Coast. They're also in a white boat with green. They're coming down in Lane 3. Then we go back to St. George. St. George just controlling it, but Mercer is sprinting down the inside. St. George holding it. Mercer trying to get up on St. George. Still St. George hold it. They've got a length and a half over Mercer. St. George just doing enough to get through to the final. They've dropped their rating right down. Same with Bay of Plenty Coast. They're just cruising to the line. They'll go through and qualify with St. George. Mercer all finished in 5th. Some of the other boats now just wound right down. They've got other races later in the program. They're all through to the B final. It's almost a case of who can go slowest across the line. I think they went through together. So that was semi-final 2 of the men's club double sculls. We now go to the women's club double sculls. We've got 2 races with them before we take a break again. That's to give everyone a chance to have enough rest time between blocks. We'll go back up course for this women's club double scull. We've got Cambridge 2 and 1, that's Weir and Cryer. Cambridge 1 and 2, that's O'Dwyer and Barnard. Ashburton and 3, Wall and Skilling. Mercer and 4, Van Leeuwen and Robertson. Auckland and 5, Williamson and McLaren. Twizel and 6, Mason and Thine. Armstrong and Giles and 7. Pryor and Foot, Mercer, they're in lane 8. We go back up the course. They've gone through 800 metres. Gone through 800 metres. It's fairly tight, this one. There's no one definitely way in the lead. Lane 1's dropped back a bit. Oh, I think 5 and 6 are fairly prominent. Auckland and Twizel. I'll wait for the drone to get there to make sure it's right. It's a bit hard to see because I'm looking head on. I can see lines 5 and 6 prominent. I also think 2 is prominent. Let's have a look as we get there now. Yep, lane 5 and 6. There's not much between them. They're in the lead. They're going through the boys together, lanes 5 and 6. That's Auckland number 1, Williamson and McLaren, and Mason and Thine from Twizel. They're stroke for stroke. Then we go over to the green boat of Cambridge. They're holding 3rd. And then we've got a real battle for 4th. The battle's just outside of Cambridge. It's Ashburton and Mercer. Mercer got a slight lead over Ashburton by a canvas. We then drop back 2 lengths to the outside to Hamilton. There's going to be a battle here for the final placing to go through. There's only a canvas in it, and they're only half a length down on the third crew. Big effort going in now. There's a move. There's a move from Mercer. They're pulling up on the green boat on the inside. They've blown Ashburton away. They've taken 3/4 of a length now. They're within a canvas of third. There they go through their move, obviously. They're coming up on the crew in lane 2, Cambridge now. Ashburton struggling to go with these two crews as we saw a move from the Mercer number 1 crew of Van Leeuwen and Robertson wanting to secure their spot. We've got 600 metres to go. It's Auckland. Auckland in the lead over Twizel. Twizel had done a bit of a move and have seemed to left. Now Auckland have done their move and they've pushed a canvas in front. There's only a canvas between the inside crew now of Cambridge and Mercer. There's clear water now back to Ashburton, who are 1 length ahead of Hamilton. They're inside 400 metres to go. The first 4 look clear cut. Ashburton can't respond. Oh, it's neck and neck out in front. Now Twizel have decided to have a little bit of a go at Auckland, and now Twizel have taken back the lead. So this is switching backwards and forth in the lead between Auckland and Twizel. 3rd and 4th. Yep, Mercer's gone through Cambridge now. Mercer have gone up from 5th right into 3rd. They're really pouring it on, Mercer. They're in a full-blown sprint. They're getting up. They've gone over the top of Cambridge. First 4 boats go through to the final. Twizel by a canvas over Auckland. Mercer now sitting in 3rd over Cambridge. Ashburton 2 lengths down, being chased by Hamilton. Women's Club double sculls. Men's Club was sponsored by Footloose Cambridge, and Footloose Cambridge are also the sponsor of this. It's Twizel and Auckland, neck and neck out in the lead. Then we've got Mercer. Then we've got the blue crew in the green boat in lane 2. That's Cambridge 1. As they come up to the line, it's now Auckland have poked their nose in the front. Auckland, half a canvas. Twizel. Who's going to get second? Cambridge coming with a flurry. They went across the line together, 3rd and 4th. Then Hamilton, then Ashburton. Then we go to the outside. That's the other Mercer crew and the other Cambridge crew down on the inside as we swing back for the last race of this block, and that's semi-final number 2. Semi-final number 2's gone through 750 metres as we head back down the lake. We've got Glover and Bennett from Wairau in 1, Henry and Davison from Cambridge in 2, Everett and Wayne from Tauranga in 3, Smith and Ferry from Dunstan Arms in 4, Eastwood and Murray from Waikato in 5, Armstrong and Gibson from Ashburton in 6, Robertson and Collis from Nelson in 7, and Parks and Hay from Whakatane make up it in the outside lane. Looking through my binoculars now, I scout the field. It's fairly even again. No clear dominant leader. Four, 6 and 7 look fairly prominent at this early stage. Dunstan Arms, Ashburton and Nelson, the 3 South Island crews, but there's really not much in it. They haven't got to 1,000 metres yet. Let's get the drone up there. I've called 4, 6 and 7. How correct am I? Drone's coming up now. Yep, 4's in the lead. 4's in the lead. That's in the white boat. Then we go out to 6 is up there in 2nd. 7's in 3rd. Not bad through my binoculars then. Then we've got 3 crews in a line. 3 crews in a line. So the only crews dropping back are 1 and 2. 1 and 2 off the place are Wairau and Cambridge, but the other 3 crews are neck and neck into the third 500. We've got 3 crews within half a length of each other. They're in the leading bunch. Then we've got Clearwater, and then we've got 3 crews fighting out for 4th. We've got the darker boat seeming to come through now. That's in lane 6. That'll be Ashburton. They've poked through to the lead now by possibly a foot over Dunstan Arms. Then we've got the yellow boat. Then we go back into the middle. Holding 4th is the green boat. Holding 4th is the green boat. Then we're out to the outside to the yellow boat and back into the white boat. So lanes 1 and 2 have dropped off. It's lane way on the outside, towards the outside here, lane 6. That's Ashburton. They're leading Dunstan. They're leading. I have to look at the colours. They're leading Dunstan. Sitting inside of them is in lane 3. Lane 4. That's Dunstan. Getting myself a bit confused now. Is it Nelson on the outside? Nelson on the outside, sorry. Nelson in the blue colours. Out in 7. Nelson in 7. Then we go inside to 6. That's Ashburton. We go across to 4, Dunstan Arms. Sitting in just behind them by a length is Waikato. They've pulled away in that middle 500 metres as we get 300 metres to go. There's not much between the first 4 crews. There's only a canvas between the first 3 and 3/4 of a length back to 4th. They've sorted themselves out. They're all going to go through to the A final because there's clear water over the rest of the field. They go through now, and it's the inner crew that's poked up now. They're all rowing together. First 3 crews, 4th just sitting back a little bit. Sort of alters who you meet in the final. Oh, they all go through the final. Just depends on the lane draw. So it's lane 4 from lane 7. Dunstan Arms now taken back the lead by a canvas. Dunstan Arms are sprinting. Then we go out to Nelson, then Ashburton. Sitting in them behind them's Waikato. Then a gap back to Tauranga. So it's Dunstan. Dunstans are going to go through. They'll obviously want a central lane for the final. They'll win it in lane 4. Then the next 2 boats will go through together. That's Nelson, Ashburton. Waikato go through as well. Going through to the B final, we'll have Tauranga in 5th. Whakatane have come 6th. Right down on the inside, Wairau in 7th. And then we have the Cambridge crew. They'll all go through to the B final. That was all those races sponsored by Footloose Cambridge. We now have a break. The next race, the women's novice coxed 4, will be at 11:15. So we've almost got a 1 hour break now. And the next race we have in 1 hour is the women's novice coxed 4 semi-finals.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
So welcome back from the break. We start now with the first semi-final of the Women's Novice Coxed 4. In lane 1, Whangarei number 2. Lane 2, Star Boating Club number 1. Lane 3, Nelson number 1. Lane 4, Avon number 1. Lane 5, Cambridge number 2. Lane 6, Waikato number 1. Lane 7, North Shore number 1. And in lane 8, Porirua number 1. But they've just gone through the first 500 metres, and it is Cambridge number 2 in lane 5. That is Dana, Caitlin, Isabella, Lily, and coxed by Maddie. Coached by Carl Manson and Alyssa George, currently in the lead. Don't quite have clear water on their next competition yet. That is coming from their inside in lane 4, Avon number 1. But they are nearly clear of them as they approach the 1,000-metre mark. Currently sitting in second place, though, Avon in lane 4 are managing to hold off a challenge from Nelson in lane 3. Nelson currently sitting in third place with their bow ball on the stroke of the Avon 4, but they are under some pressure from Waikato in lane 6. Waikato's bow ball on the stern of the Nelson boat. So they just come through the 1,000 metres now, and it will be Cambridge, followed by Avon, and Nelson just going through now. Those are your top 3 at the moment. It is the top 4 crews through to the A final. The rest of the crews will go to the B final later this week. Those positions now, Cambridge, Avon, Nelson, and then Waikato in lane 6 before we go back to the rest of the field.
Coming up to the 1,000-metre mark, Cambridge 2 have extended their lead on Avon. They now have clear water. Avon are being challenged by Nelson, but they're holding well with the bow ball just on 4 seat there. We've got clear water going back to Waikato 1, but Waikato 1 still holding their position in 4th place. We're now at the 1,000-metre mark, and we've got Cambridge 2 powering through that 1,000-metre mark, holding themselves together. And Avon 1 and Nelson are going to have a good little battle going through this 1,000-metre mark. It'll be interesting to see if one of the crews make a move at this point in the race.
Just behind Waikato's currently sitting in 5th place, we have North Shore in lane 7. Behind them, Porirua and Star Boating Club just come through the 1,000 ahead of Whangarei number 2 in lane 1 down there. So Waikato number 1 in lane 6 still holding that 4th place and looking to go through to the A final, but there is a little bit of pressure from North Shore on their outside in lane 7. Remember, it is the top 4 through to the A final later on this week. Looking out to the middle there, it is still Cambridge number 2 in lane 5 with a strong lead as they have had for this entire race. Avon still putting some pressure on them though from lane 4, and Nelson not letting go in lane 3. We can see here Cambridge with a little bit of clear water over Avon still. In this, the first final of the Women's Novice Coxed 4. So we see the Cambridge crew here currently sitting at about 33 strokes per minute. They've managed to extend their lead a little bit over Avon Rowing Club in lane 4. This Avon crew coxed by Annabelle Wynne-Williams, who coxed the women's under-19 8 in 2023 and 2022, so a very experienced coxswain here with these novice rowers. Cambridge have gone through the 1500 metre mark though. Avon has just gone through as well, and not too far behind them, Nelson. Avon managing to push a little bit further away from Nelson and just get clear water over that crew. Nelson, though, they're currently sitting in 3rd place in lane 3, and they have clear water over Waikato in lane 6, who are currently sitting in that 4th place. Those are your top 4 at the moment, looking to go through to the A final later this week, with the rest of the field going into the B final. So we can see the spread there as the live stream pans back. We still have North Shore in lane 7 and Porirua in lane 8. Battling it out for 4th and 5th place. But Cambridge number 2, coached by Carl Manson and Alyssa George. This looks to be like the crew from Cambridge High School. The locals on their home stretch of water, just coming through the 1750 mark now. They are through, and they've just lifted their rating up going into their wind. Avon Rowing Club next to them, going through the 1750 now, and Nelson also going through. So that is your top 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Cambridge Rowing Club, Avon Rowing Club, and Nelson Rowing Club. Waikato just going through the 1750 now. They're still in 4th place with North Shore behind them, but this is a great display of rowing from these novices. Remember, this is their first year of rowing. So a great display here from Cambridge. Hopefully Carl and Alyssa, watching down from the rowing club, are happy with this performance. They're through to the last 100 metres. Avon go through now to the last 100, and Nelson are going through that last 100 metres now. So this has been the placings for 3/4 of this race, and it looks like it will remain with about 10 strokes to go in the first semi-final of the Women's Novice Coxed 4. The crew from Cambridge in lane 5 will look to take out the first semi-final and be the first people into the A final later this week. Well done, Cambridge. Avon Rowing Club cross the line now in 2nd place, and Nelson in lane 3 will join them in the A final. We then go back to Waikato 1 in lane 6. They will also be the 4th qualifiers in the A final, with the rest of the field going to the B final. So Waikato cross the line now, and we go back to clear water. We have North Shore, Porirua, Whangarei and Star Boating Club, and then we look down the track to about the halfway mark, and we see the next semi-final coming down to join them very soon.
So coming down the course now, we've got the semi-final number 2 of the Women's Novice Coxed 4. So in lane 1, we've got Whangarei 1. In lane 2, we've got Hawke's Bay 1. In lane 3, we've got Petone. In lane 4, we've got Cambridge 1. In lane 5, Oamaru. Lane 6, Aromaho Whanganui. Lane 7, Oamaru, number 2. And lane 8, Hamilton. So these ladies are coming up, approaching the 1,000 metre mark. The 1,500 metre mark, sorry.
So looking at lane 4, another Cambridge crew currently in the lead of the second semi-final of the Women's Novice Coxed 4 as they approach the 1,500 metre mark. They're under a bit of a challenge though from their outside crew, that is Oamaru in lane 5. So Oamaru's bow sitting on the stern. So Cambridge leading Oamaru as they come up to the 1750 metre mark. Cambridge just extending their lead there and managing to get clear water over Oamaru 1 in lane 5. This crew is coached by Ivan Doherty. The Cambridge crew once again coached by Carl Manson and Alyssa George. So all going well with about 300 metres to go. They will look to have 2 novice 4s in the A final later this week. Oamaru not letting them go though, a little bit of a push there. And their bow ball is just back on the stern of the Cambridge boat as they come to the 1750 metre mark. These 2 crews have clear water over the rest of the field. Just behind Oamaru number 1 is Aramaho Whanganui number 6 in lane 6 and Oamaru in lane 7 under a little bit of pressure from Hawke's Bay in lane 2. But as we come to the closing stages, it is still Cambridge in lane 4 versus Oamaru in lane 5. Cambridge just bringing the rating up a little bit, trying to push away from Oamaru. They might just have a little bit of clear water, but Oamaru definitely have clear water over 3rd and 4th, which currently sits at Aramaho Whanganui and Oamaru number 2 in lane 7.
With these 2 crews leading out in the front, we do have a little battle for 4th place here. Remember, it is the top 4 that go through to the A final.
Vinelli in 4th, but a lot of pressure from Hawke's Bay down here in lane 2, trying to come up on Oamaru, but I think Oamaru have it in the bag. Aramaho Whanganui cross the line now. They are in 3rd place through to the semi-final, and Oamaru number 2 will join Oamaru number 1 in the A final later this week. Hawke's Bay crossing the line now. They'll be through to the B final along with Petone, Whangarei and Hamilton in lane 8.
All right, we're about 12:50 into this women intermediate double sculls semi-final. The first 4 from this race will go through to the A final, and the second 4 will go through to the B final. So coming down this race, we've got lane 1 Waikato, lane 2 Cambridge, lane 3 West End, lane 4 Tauranga, lane 5 Whangarei, lane 6 Hamilton, lane 7 Whangarei number 3, and lane 8 Whakatane.
It does look to be the crew in lane 2 though from Cambridge. Bryony Fraser and Ashley Quirk, coached by Phil Petch and Peter Fraser, currently sitting in the lead here. They are under some pressure though from lane 4's Tauranga, Ruby Church and Sarah Laban Tendam, coached by Steve Finlayson and Troy Page. I actually think it may be lane 4 just ahead of lane 2, but it is very close between these 2 crews at the moment. Looking in between them though from West End, Isabel Lloyd and Milan Taina Kore currently sitting in 3rd place, and then behind the West End crew we go out to Hamilton in lane 6. That is Ella Cloak and Mairi Rademacher, coached by Jordan Allen. But through coming up to the 1500 metre mark, it is currently Cambridge just ahead of Tauranga, lane 2 just ahead of lane 4 with about 600 metres to go. Anything can change with the pressure coming from West End in the middle there.
This is a very close race we've got in our hands from lanes 2, 4 and 3. Just rowing through the 1500, coming up to the 1750 mark. Will we see one of these crews execute their race plan and put in a sprint? They'll start winding in the next 200 metres to finish off this race. This is a close one we've got on our hands, team. They've really levelled up. Their bow balls are going 1 for 1, coming up to the 1750 mark. Tauranga putting in pressure. We see a lift in rating from...
So West End with a big push in the last 200 metres there. They're pushing up into 2nd place. Tauranga and Cambridge, though, still ball for bow ball, but West End slowly making their way up there. There is not a lot in it, and as a lot of commentators would say, you could throw a blanket over the field at the moment. You can throw a blanket over the top three as they come into the 1750. Who will go through that boy first? It looks to be lane 2, Cambridge, maybe just a nose ahead of lanes 3 and lanes 4, but there's 250 metres to go in the first semi-final of the women's intermediate double sculls. It is still Tauranga, West End and Cambridge fighting for those top 3 positions. All 3 will go through to the A final this week, but what order will they finish in? Hamilton in lane 6, though, they're still there hanging on for 4th place to make that A final. Tauranga with a push, though. Tauranga has gotten ahead, and they're about half a canvas ahead of Cambridge and West End, so a big push in the closing stages here. Tauranga through to the last 100, Cambridge through ahead of West End. So a good push there from West End, but they've just been pushed away from again. Cambridge lift their rating now with less than 100 metres to go. Cambridge and Tauranga, it could come down to the line. It's bow ball for bow ball at the moment in the first semi-final of the women's intermediate double sculls. Is it Cambridge? Is it Tauranga? Oh, I think Cambridge got there over Tauranga, followed by West End in lane 3. So great push at So confirmed timings just coming through for the first semi-final of the intermediate doubles. It was Cambridge over Tauranga in the end there, only by 0.19 of a second. So we now look down to the second semi-final. On the course now, approaching the 1500. Lane 1 is North Shore number 1. Lane 2, Rotorua number 2. Lane 3, Avon number 2. Lane 4, Te Awamutu number 1. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm number 1. Lane 6, Rotorua number 1. Lane 7, Starboating Club number 1. And lane 8 is Whangarei number 4.
So we've got Te Awamutu out on the lead by about half a boat here, ahead of Avon number 2. On the outside of them, Dunstan Arm number 1. This is your top 3 currently, and the intermediate double sculls semi-final number 2.
So Te Awamutu with about half a boat length up on Avon. Avon with about half a boat length on Dunstan Arm. So again, very tight racing in the second semi-final of the women's intermediate double sculls. They approach 1750 mark. They have 250 metres to go. And who will cross through first? At the moment it's Te Awamutu, but we see a bit of a push here from Dunstan Arm in lane 5. So this crew, Kate Spriggs and Bella Breen, coached by Simon Smith, looking to push up on 3rd place. Avon with a big push as well on the outside front. Francesca Armstrong and Courtney Preble from the Avon double. But it is still Te Awamutu in the lead with less than 250 to go. Dunstan with a big push again. Te Awamutu under some pressure here from their outside and inside crews. Dunstan with a big push, and Dunstan and Avon have just pushed through Te Awamutu as they approach the last 100 metres.
Now, if you know anything about Dunstan, we know they've got a sprint on them. So these ladies, they're bringing up their rating, they're executing their race plan, and they're doing great here. They're leading out Avon over in lane 2. Te Awamutu is still hanging out with them. And we go back to lane 2 to see that 4th place, which is Rotorua, number 2. They're coming in for the 4th, but down here at the line, it is Dunstan Arms coming in. They're holding off Avon. Dunstan Arm coming to the line. Last couple strokes, and that'll be Dunstan first through, Avon going through 2nd, Te Awamutu coming through in the 3rd place. All 3 crews going to that A final. And then down here, Rotorua, number 2, coming through the line now. Last couple strokes. Well done, ladies. You will be off to the A final as well.
We then go back to the rest of the field. So Rotorua number 1 in lane 6. They're through to the B final alongside North Shore number 1 in lane 1, Star Boating Club in lane 7 and Whangarei in lane 8.
So coming down in our women's senior double sculls semi-final, the first 4 will go through to the A final, the second 4 through to the B final. In lane 1, we've got Aromaho Whanganui number 2. In lane 2, we've got Avon number 2. In lane 3, we've got Waikato number 2. Lane 4, we've got Waikato number 1. Lane 5, we've got Clifton 1. Lane 6, North Shore. Lane 7, Avon. And lane 8, Canterbury.
At the moment, though, we look to lane 4, the yellow boat from Waikato. That is Emily Gordon and Charlize Tutbury, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. They're currently out with a Clearwater lead over the rest of the field. So some great sculling here from these two in the first semi-final of the women's senior double sculls. All crews approaching the 1,500 metre mark, so there is nearly 500 metres to go. It's a bit of a battle for second and third place, though. We have the crew in lane 1 from Aramaho Whanganui, that is Messina Sua and Robin van Dyke. They are currently going up against Waikato's Simone Slipper and Anna Gallagher in lane 3 in the green boat. We then go out to North Shore in lane 6, Sky Lang and Annabelle Knowles, coached by Mary Kate Campbell and Marin Howarth. But Waikato through the 500 with about 3 boat lengths of clear water, and it is very close between all those crews for second place. Aramaho Wanganui now with a bit of a pickup in the rating. Waikato in the middle there in the green boat looking nice and steady. And sorry, that is the crew from Clifton in lane 5 currently in the mix as well. So the light blue of Clifton we see there also battling it out for second place. It is Clifton just looking to push up into second ahead of Waikato and Aramaho Wanganui. All 4 crews will make the A final, but who will claim second, third and fourth place? At the moment it is still currently Charlize Tutbury and Emily Gordon from Waikato Rowing Club as they approach the 1750 mark.
Now these ladies are showing some excellent sculling as they come down with clear water. You can see why they've picked themselves up some national trials.
It is Clifton through ahead of Waikato. Big push through there from Clifton. Clifton currently sitting in second place, but Waikato not letting them go. And Aramaho Whanganui in lane 1 also hanging in there too for a spot in the semi-finals. But Charlize Tutbury and Emily Gordon putting on a dominant display of sculling here as they approach the last orange buoy and the final 100 metres of the race. All going well, it will be this Waikato number 1 crew through to the semi-final, but who will join them? Will it be Aramaho Whanganui, Waikato, Clifton, or a push on the outside from Avon in lane 7? Avon right up there with the rest of the crews. This crew coached by Tom Hopkins and Leroy Barrowcliff. But looking at Waikato number 1 in lane 4, they cruise across the line. They're your first semi-finalists in the women's seniors double sculls, but it is a blanket over the rest of the field. It will be Avon, Waikato. So we will wait for those times to come through in that semi-final of the women's senior double sculls. Dominant display of sculling there from Charlize Tutbury and Emily Gordon from Waikato in lane 4. So they've definitely taken the win, but it'll be very interesting to see the margins in between the next 3 crews.
As we wait for those results to come back, we do have the start of the senior women's double sculls semi-final number 2. So in lane 1, we've got Aramaho Whanganui number 1, Hamilton, North End, Dunstan Arms in lane 4, Dunstan Arms 2 in lane 5, Dunstan Arms 3 in lane 6. They're going to try follow what their Dunstan pairs did earlier in the races. All 3 of them going for slots. Remember, there's 4 slots going through the A final. In lane 7, we've got Hodaki Plains, and lane 8, we've got Whanganui Collegiate.
So we do have confirmation of those results from the first semi-final, though. Definitely Waikato with the win. Following on behind them, Avon in second place, and just 0.18 of a second behind Avon was Waikato number 2, and just 0.08 of a second behind them was the crew from Clifton. So those are your top 4 through to the A final, and then we look to the semi-final on the track now to see who will make up the rest of the A final. So currently looks like 2 crews from Dunstan Arm. That is Elsie Torbett and Freddie Toddhunter from Dunstan in lane 4. Freddie doing very well in the senior single earlier today, or sorry, under 22 single. We then have the crew in lane 5, Olivia Key and Stina Stefan, Dunstan Arm number 2. Their bow ball is on the stern of their teammates' boat on their inside. Those are your top 2 race leaders at the moment. We then go back to Aramaho Whanganui in lane 1 and Hamilton in lane 2. They're in a little bit of a battle there, as well as the other Dunstan Arm crew in lane 6. That is Millie Scott and Bridget Sutton. So some great sculling here from Dunstan Arm, but it will be Dunstan Arm number 1 in lane 4. They're through the 1,500 metres now. They're just extending their lead over their teammates in lane 5. They've just got clear water over them. Then it is bow ball for bow ball between 3rd place, but currently Hamilton number 1 in lane 2. That is Amy Robson and Rowan Giles, just ahead of Madeline Cox and Mila Graham from Aramaho. We then go back to Dunstan Arm number 3, who are currently sitting in 5th place.
Now Simon Smith, he must be a busy man this morning with 3 of these Dunstan Arm crews coming through. You can see their nice relaxed technique. They know what they're doing out there. They're reaching long in these 1st and 2nd Dunstan Arm crews here.
And with 17:50 done, there is 250 metres to go. That Dunstan Arm number 1 crew, they're through to the final yellow boys. Dunstan Arm number 2 and number through as well. And Hamilton in lane 2 have managed to extend their lead over Aramaho in lane 1. Those are your top 4 at the moment. Hamilton looking to push up on Dunstan Arm number 2 in lane 5. There's less than 250 to go. Can they do it? We see Aramaho Whanganui just lifting up their rating now, trying to push back at Hamilton. But Dunstan Arm number 1, Elsie Torbett and Freddie Toddhunter maintain that lead and push away even a little bit further from Dunstan Arm in lane 5 as they come into the final 100 metres. Those yellow bucket hats we see moving nice and in sync, and they have less than 100 metres to go. They've just lifted their rating to put their stamp on this race. This is the 2nd semi-final of the women's senior double sculls, and the top 4 will go through to the A final. So it will be Dunstan Arm number 1 in lane 4, Freddie Toddhunter and Elsie Torbett, followed by Olivia Key and Stina Stefan from Dunstan Arm in lane 5. Amy Robson and Rowan Giles from Hamilton will also join them in the A final, and Madeline Cox and Mila Graham from Aramaho Whanganui will be there too. To fill up the B final, we have Dunstan Arm in lane 6. They've just finished ahead of North End in lane 3. We then go out to Whanganui Collegiate and Hodaki Plains on the outside lanes to finish off the 2nd semi-final. We now have a little bit of a break in racing, and we will be back at 12:05 with the final of the men's under 22 coxless pairs.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are now about to start again after our break. Race number 250, it's the men's under 22 coxless pair oars. Just looking through them as we can see them getting all lined up there. Wonderful coverage again. In lane number 1 for Cure Boating Club, we've got George Johnson and Lewis Meets. In lane 2, we've got Cure Boating Club, Will Rattray and William McIntosh. In lane 3 for Avon 3, Luke Hickling and Matthew Glenn. In 4, Avon 1, Fred Vavasseur and Oliver Welch. In 5, Waikato 2, Finn Hamill and Joshua Vodanovic. In lane 6, Waikato 1, Callum Tutbury and Adam Wilson. Lane 7, Avon 2, Henry Kirk and Ted Main. And in lane 8, North Shore 2 is Simon Gertzima and Alex Logan. So we can see them getting lined up there, looking down the Lake Carapiro. Absolutely fantastic coverage here. So some good rowers in this. This is the men's under 22. It's the final. And we'll be keeping an eye out, just having a quick look through. I'm pretty sure that the 4 there from Cure are in there 4. Avon, we've got Luke Hickling and Matthew Glenn, coached by Dave Lindstrom and Sophie Strachan, and they are the 2 rowers who were rowing for St. Bede's. So, just getting a note there while we're waiting through for men's under 22, the coxless pair. Sure the starters will be getting through. Let's also come and have a look for Waikato. We've got Finn Hamill and Joshua Vodanovic, and also Waikato 1, Callum Tutbury and Adam Wilson. Avon 2 is Henry Kirk, who was originally out of Otago. And I think he may still be at university down there now, but he was certainly rowing for one of the schools down there. I remember calling his name again at the South Island rowing events. And also Ted Main, and big shout out to Ted and his family. They'll be looking to go well in this. North Shore, Simon Gertzima and Alex Logan, coached by Lewis Morrell. So we keep an eye out here for them getting started. We can see the boat holders there. Definitely taking some precautions. It's a strong sun indeed that we've got just as we're getting ready. Just keeping an eye on this. A big shout out to all the volunteer firefighters who've been working away, and all the professionals as well down in Christchurch. Here they are, they're away. We're making a start. This is the A final, event number 250, the men's under 22 coxless pair oars. And they're all getting away. We see the umpire boat tucking in behind there. Great footage here. Thank you again to our drone operators. We can see there in lane 4, that's Fred Vavasseur and Oliver Welch, who've moved out to an early lead in lane number 6. Going with them is Waikato. That's Callum Tutbury and Adam Johnson. And also in lane 7, we see the Henry Kirk and Ted Main. But there's quite a throw across the course there, but it is the lane 4 who have made an early start there. That's Fred and Oliver. They've now got some clear water. They've really got some power down early, and we can see the rest of the field is all pretty much tucked together, but it is the Avon 1 crew of Fred and Oliver, coached by Logan Keys and David Lindstrom, who've now got half a boat length of clear water with everyone else across. Lane number 8, that's North Shore, Simon and Alex, have just dropped back off the rest of the crews. And let's see who's sitting in second. It does appear to be lane 5. That's the Waikato crew of Finn Hamill and Joshua Vodanovic. And they continue to stretch, and they've got a boat length now. Who else is going to look to strive with them as they get up to the 500 there? Let's have a quick look. Yep, they're up and into the 500. There's the marker that they go across. And now they've got more than a boat length. So they really made an early statement there. As we have a look at them there, it's lane 4. Fred and Oliver driving through. They've got a nice flow on that at the moment. They'll be very pleased from that position to be able to look back and just wait for any movements as we see Waikato lane number 5, Finn Hamill, Joshua Vodanovic. They've just got themselves into second. Looks like we've got a move from lane 3. That's Luke Hickling and Matthew Glenn. I know I've seen them cause a couple of upsets down in the South Island before, so they'll be getting into their work, and they, previously coached by obviously Dale Moore, now Dave Lindstrom and Sophie Strachan. So Luke and Matthew driving along, sitting in third. Second in lane 5 is the Waikato pairing of Finn Hamill and Joshua Vodanovic. But everyone is chasing down the leading boat at the moment in lane 4, Avon 1, Fred and Oliver. And they still continue to have just over a boat length here. Let's look on the outside here. It's lane 6. That's down on the inside lane there. We can see Cure. There's Cure 2 boats. Boat number 2 and boat number 1. That's George Johnson and Lewis Meets with Will Rattray and William McIntosh. They're probably sitting in 5th and 6th at the moment. And then we come over the other side from the Waikato pairing, and that looks like another Avon pairing there. That'll be Henry Kirk and Ted Main, who I believe are sitting in 4th. But there's our leading 3 we can see at the moment. So it is Luke Hickling and Matthew Glenn sitting in 3rd. 2nd place, Waikato, Finn Hamill, Joshua Vodanovic, and our leading pair in the men's under 22, lane number 4. Great rowing here from Fred Vavasseur and Oliver Welsh. They're coming through. A quick look across there, and we can see they're looking really driving there. They've got good power transfer there, and they are managing that. The gap has closed just a smidgen, but it's still over a boat length. But it is the Waikato crew who've gone with them. As we see, we're looking back there. There they are, lane number 5. Lane number 5 for Waikato. They are going to come under a bit of pressure from the Avon crew on the inside of them. That's Avon 3, Luke Hickling and Matthew Glenn. There we see on the inside there, that's the 2 Cure Boating Club. That's George Johnson, Lewis Meets, Will Rattray and William McIntosh. They're pretty much sticking together down the course here. We see they're in lane 7. That's Avon 2, Henry Kirk and Ted Main. They're sitting in 4th. Again, about half a boat length, maybe a boat length back from their other Avon colleagues. Waikato, they're staying in 2nd, but it is Avon 1, Fred and Oliver. They're managing that gap as we see the High Performance Centre come into view there, and we know that they've gone past the 1500 and they're making their way, well and truly making their way down now to the 1750. As we pick them up, some shouts from outside. Waikato, they've managed to hold off the Avon crew from Luke and Matthew. That's lane number 3. Lane number 3. So here we pick them up and we look, they're moving along really nicely here. You can see the bank come into view. It's boat number 4, Avon 1, Fred Vavasseur, Oliver Welch. Just a drop in the coverage there, but I can see they're looking good. That they've really actually, if anything, they've taken it out a little bit more. They're probably now 2 boat lengths. But Waikato sitting in 2nd. Avon sitting in 3rd. And, I think down on the inside, we've had a move from Cure Boating Club who've got up into 4th place. That, I believe, is Will Rattray and William McIntosh. They've got into 4th place. They've moved away from George and Lewis. As we come down now, we can see the tents. We can see the umpire boat. It is our leading crew. There we see, actually, that'll be the other Avon crew. That's Luke Hickling and Glenn. They're in 3rd. They're being put under a little bit of pressure, but I think they've got enough time to go. As we come down to the last couple of strokes, and they're going to take it. Avon take the win. That's Fred and Oliver. They're going to take the win. Waikato, I just want to confirm who that is. Yet it is indeed lane 7. Just want to make sure I got that right. That's Henry Kirk and Ted Main. So, Let's have a look there. Wonderful racing there. That was an A final. Let's see if it's going to give me the results as yet. I don't think it is. We're going to move through. Let's have a look, see if I've got my sponsors at the moment. Just want to talk about our sponsors on that, because that was Waipai District Council. As we look now at the women's under 22, we've got Avon Rowing Club in lane 1, Waikato University in lane 3, Avon in lane 4, Waikato in lane 5, Avon Rowing Club in lane 6, Waikato Rowing Club in lane 7, and Avon Rowing Club in lane 8. This is race number 251. 251. 251 is just, and there we see them lining up. Isabel Eldest Watson, as we come through now. Just a minor hiccup there with the microphone not being on, but here we see them, Waikato coming through now. Waikato, Madeleine and Isabel have got their noses in front. In lane 4, Jane Shalakins and Charlotte Darry, they are also in the mix. They've got into second, and it's pushed Avon number 2, Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier. It's pushed them back. So we see Waikato in lane number 5, Madeleine and Isabel. They are neck and neck with this Avon crew, Jane Shalakins and Charlotte Darry. It's all to play for here. And Avon have just got their bow ball in front there, we can see. On the inside in lane number 1, Avon 2, Gemma Burrows, Phoebe Collier. They're still in this. They're driving through. They don't want to miss out. This is the race number 251, the women's under 22, coxless pairs. Fantastic racing here. And it's lane 4, Avon. Avon in lane 4, Jane and Charlotte. Really look, they've just pushed through there. That's great rowing. Waikato, who did have their nose back in front. They did have their nose back in front, and they've just dropped away. They're now been pushed into third from what I can see on the screen here. And it's, as I pick it up actually through the glass in the commentary tower here, this is going to be a great finish. Avon in 2 have dropped down into third, but it is still, oh no, they're in second place. So it's Avon and Waikato. But leading, Avon 1, Jane Shalakins and Charlotte Darry. As we come down to the last, inside the last 250, 200 to go. Great racing here. We can look across at those other crews as well, but it is Avon at the moment in lane number 4. Lane number 4 are leading them home. That is Jane and Charlotte. Jane Shalakins, Charlotte Darry. They're bringing it down now. The last 50 metres, the last few strokes, it's close for second and third, but Avon 2, that is Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier. They're going to take second place, and they've closed it right up as well. But it's still lane 4, just lane 4, half a boat length, less than half a boat length. They're going to take it. Lane 4 take it. Lane 1 takes second. Waikato in lane 5, come in third. Looking over on the other side, that's another Avon crew. That's lane number 8. That's well done, Manahira Butler and Hannah Matahiri. They're going to come over the line in lane 8. And it's all closed up. Just behind them is lane 6. Lane 6 is Jessica Tavendale and Claudia Kinder. Wow, fantastic racing there. Absolutely superb. Apologies, I just had a small issue with the comms there. That was my problem, so I apologise for that. But wonderful racing there. The women's under 22 coxless pair oars. That was race number 251. Kindly sponsored by Design Signs. So, all happening today, and I think we might be heading into a small break now, if I'm not mistaken. But I'll keep an eye on that, and I'll just have a look back down the field. So great racing in that. Well done to the winners. From Avon, Jane Shellac and Charlotte Darry. Second place, obviously Avon 2, Gemma Burrows, Phoebe Collier. And in third, lane number 5, was Madeleine Parker and Isabel Eldest Watson for Waikato. Great work. Just quickly looking at the times there for Avon 1, Shellacans and Darry was 7:35, and Avon 2, Burrows and Collier 7:36.40, and Waikato, Parker, Eldest, Watson 7:41.26. Just obviously waiting for those to be fully confirmed, but yeah, great racing there. Well done to everyone, and I'll be back with you later. Bye now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we are back after the break. We're in the men's club singles semi-final number 1, race number 252. This is semi-final number 1. The first 4 will progress to the A final with 5, 6, 7 and 8 through to the B final. Let's have a look and see who we've got rowing here in lane 1. We've got Dunstan Arm, Connor Davison. In lane 2 for Avon 1, Charles Beale. Lane 3, Cure Boating Club, Theodore Giannacogogos. I'm going to call him Theodore G from now on. In lane 4, also from Cure Boating Club, is Sam Barnett. In 5, Clifton 1, Liam Cox. Lane 6 for Mercer 1 is Cameron Preston. In 7, Hamilton 2 is Brion Ranganui. And in lane 8 for Ashburton 2 is James Patterson. So we can see them just getting lined up. This is the semi-final number 1, race 252. And let's just have a look who is our sponsor here. Oh, that's right, it's Swift Racing for the next couple of races. So thank you to obviously Swift Racing, maker of coastal boats as well as racing shells. Spectators may have seen the recent TV coverage of the Beach Sprint Rowing Champs in Nelson, which obviously showed off the Swift coastal boats in all their glory, singles, doubles and quads racing in the same format as the World Coastal Rowing Champs. So thank you again to Swift Racing for your support. So looking through again, this is the semi-final number 1, the men's club singles sculls. They'll be getting themselves lined up now. The starters will be keeping them all aware of what's happening. So we're not looking ready for a go at the moment. So let's have a look at some of the coaches as well. From Dunstan Arm for Connor Davison is Simon Smith, obviously running a great program down there. And I do see in the South Island rowing events that Dunstan Arm seem to have a particularly strong finish. And I know he works those crews really pretty hard, which is great to see. In lane 2 for Avon 1 is Charles Beale, coached by Dave Lindstrom and Sophie Strachan. For Cure Boating Club in lane 3 is Theodore G. We're coached by Alex Kennedy. And also in lane 4 for Cure Boating Club, Sam Barnett, again coached by Alex Kennedy. Obviously fantastic ex-Olympic rower for New Zealand. In Clifton, in lane 5, we've got Liam Cox, coached by Jason Williams and Greg Cox. Lane 6, Mercer 1, Cameron Preston, coached by Brett Henry and Leanne Henry. Alton, they're away. Hamilton 2 is coached by Blair Curry and James Ingham, and Ashburton is coached by our very own Justin Wall. So they're away. Yet again, we see the number 2 umpire boat tuck in behind. Great coverage here from the drones. I hope you're enjoying this at home. And we can see there's an early breakout. And lane number 2, that's Charles Beale. He's gone away early, as has lane number 4 from Cure. That's Sam Barnett. So well done to those. Lane 5, Liam Cox from Clifton has also gone with them. And out here as well, that's 5. Lane 8 is Ashburton's James Patterson. So no one's really taken complete control. We can say lane number 1, Connor Davison, is just dropped back a boat length, as can lane 3, that's Theodore. He'll be looking to get into his work. So lane 1 and lane 3 are travelling down together, as are lane number 6. Lane 6, that's Cameron Preston. But it's still early days. The lead 3 taking it out are Avon, that's Charles Beale. In lane 4, that's Sam Barnett. And also in lane 5, that's Liam Cox. So they're our leading 3 protagonists at the moment. As they make their way down, they'll be getting into their steady rate now. A look across there from one of our outside rowers, that would have been James Patterson. Just looking back across, I can see the Ashburton colours there, the green and gold. Just inside of him for Hamilton 2, that's Brion Ranganui. He'll be wanting to get back involved in it. And also inside of him is Cameron Preston. They've just dropped a couple of lengths back, but it is in lane number 5. Lane number 5 for Clifton. Lane number 5 for Clifton, that's Liam Cox, coached by Jason Williams and Greg Cox. He's now got a little bit of clear water there and he's pushed away from a lot of the field. So Liam is driving down here, wanting to make sure he's in one of these first 4 places. He's taking with him from Cure, Sam Barnett. There's Purple Haze out there. He's driving down that course as well. He's going with him. He's sitting in second. Third place at the moment is Avon number 1. That's Charles Beale. So he is also taking Theodore with him in lane 3. He's trying to stick with Charles to get involved and want to be in that top 4. And on the inside from Dunstan Arm, that is Connor Davison. This is race number 252. Great rowing here. These 5 crews, these 5 boats have gone away from the rest of the field. So let's look. In 5th is Dunstan Arm, Cameron, Connor Davison. Connor Davison in 5th. In 4th, lane number 3 is Theodore. Theodore, he is pulling back on that boat in lane 2. That's Charles Beale. So Charles Beale is sitting in 3rd, but it's getting very close. He's about a canvas back, and he's had a good last 200 metres there, and he's pulled him right back in. Charles is going to become under pressure for that 4th spot. Down on the inside, Connor also getting involved, but still out front for Clifton. In lane number 5 is Liam Cox, and he's got a quarter of a boat length of clear water. And look at that lovely rating there, and he's just keeping that boat moving there. He's going away. That's Sam Barnett in lane 4 for Cure. Let me just pick them up through the binoculars as well as the TV footage. Let's have a look. Yes, we can see there, it's that wonderful light blue of Clifton. That's Liam Cox. He's got about a boat length now, but staying there in second place is Sam Barnett. Well done, Sam, coached by Alex Kennedy. But Liam, coached by Jason Williams and Greg Cox, is holding and controlling this race at the moment. They're making their way down. There's a good race just in the background. You can see the 3 there. They're fighting for 2 places. That's Connor, Charles and Theodore. Theodore at the moment is sitting in 3rd. Charles in 4th. So we've seen a change there. That's also Cure. Theodore from Cure is sitting in 3rd. Charles has dropped back into 4th and may well come under pressure from Connor Davison. As I said, Dunstan Arm do have a very big finish, and you can see there's a bit of a move happening there from Connor, just dropping out of my screen, but I think he is moving. Certainly looks it to me. There's the yellow cap. He has a look across. Connor looking across at Charles, and he's going to try and nick that spot off him. In lane 3, that's Theodore. Theodore in lane 3. Then we come across again, and that's another Cure boat. Sam Barnett, he's sitting in 2nd, but it's the lovely sky blue and the white of Clifton. Liam Cox. He's got this under control here, and he's got a cool length and a half, 2 lengths over Sam, but Sam will also be happy with that position. And we can see down on the inside there in lane 1, Connor, he's putting Connor Davison is putting Charles Beale under pressure. It's the first 4 who go through to the A final. We see him making his way down, the leader here, making his way down to the 1750. About another 10 strokes to go to get to that 1750. But it is Clifton. Clifton have got the lead. Here we see the bank in the background. Sam managing that 2nd spot. So Sam Barnett for Cure Boating Club in lane number 4 is managing that 2nd place. In just behind him is Theodore. They'll have trained these singles on the Kaipoi River together. Theodore, well done Theodore. I watched him last year in the Nationals and in several South Island events. and he was just pipped a couple of times. So that's great to see for Theodore. Well done. But let's not forget about our leader here. Our leader in lane number 5 from Clifton, Liam Cox. Liam Cox comes down now. He's got the last 100 metres to go. He's well in the yellow, boys. Sam Barnett from Cure Boating Club sitting in second. Clifton are going to take first. Cure are going to take second with Sam Barnett. Well done, Clifton. Well done, Cure. Third place, and it has closed up. Third place is being held by Theodore at the moment, and he's pretty comfortable in third. Oh, out on the far side there, someone's trying to get involved. Who's that? That's in lane number 6, trying to get involved. Big finish here from Dunstan Arm. I talked about it. It's going to be neck and neck. Lane 1, lane 2. I'm going to follow this because Cure are going to take second and third. And the fourth place is changing with every stroke. It is, too close to call. But I believe lane 1, Dunstan Arm, Connor Davison, they just pipped Charles Beale. But for the last 20 metres there, it was changing stroke by stroke. So too close for me to call. We'll keep an eye on that and get that confirmed. Great racing there. Great racing in race number 252. 253. Just want to bring this up to everyone's attention. Race number 253 is the men's club single schools. I'll go through the rowers. In lane 1, we've got Kyoto Uni School of Medicine. Lane 2, Taronga 1. Lane 3, Waikato 1. Lane 4, St George's 1. Lane 5, Ashburton 1. Lane 6, Oamaru 1. Lane 7, Aramahoa Wanganui, my new favourite rowing club. And lane 8 is Cure Boating Club. So I particularly want to mention here, in lane 5, Tim Connolly White from Ashburton Rowing Club. It's the men's club singles. Tim has made an incredible comeback following a severe accident in 2020, nearly losing his leg and his life. Make-A-Wish, Vera and Laz from Laszlo Boat supported his comeback in the boat he is rowing today. And he's coached by Justin Wall and Mary Hefford, and he's had huge support from the Ashburton rowing community. So a huge shout out, lane 5, Ashburton 1, Tim Connolly White. As they make their way down, we can see here, let's have a look, and it is lane number 4 and lane number 3. Let me pick those up. Lane number 4 is Liam Cassidy, and lane number 3 is Jack Henry. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, that's 4. Lane 3 and lane 4. So lane 3, Jack Henry, and lane 4, Liam Cassidy. They've taken this out, and there does appear to be, we've got a 4 in lane number 2. That's James Holland. James Holland in lane number 2. He's sticking with them, and out here we come across, and I'll try and pick that up now. It's lane 7. Yes, it is. It's lane 7. Aramahoa Wanganui, Jake Newton, who's gone with them. So they're our leading 4 at the moment. And again, remembering, in this men's club single schools semi-final number 2, it is the first 4 who go through to the A final, and the next 4 go through to the B final. So a big shout out again to Tim Connolly White. Amazing recovery and doing a great job here, and we can see him just there. He's going to be going into that B final, but it is, I can see Waikato. There's Waikato there. That's Jack Henry. Jack is leading them down. Just outside of Jack is St George's, Liam Cassidy. So Jack Henry, Liam Cassidy. There's Aramahoa Wanganui, Jake Newton. He's got up into 3rd, looking quite smooth, not rating too high, and just in lane number 7, he's holding that position there. In 4th place, in lane number 2, is Tauranga James Holland. So they make their way down. They're just hitting the 1750 now, 250 to go. We see the great colours, the red, yellow and green of Waikato. Good 2 boat lengths clear, possibly slightly over. So it is for Waikato Jack Henry, coached by Martin Simoncelli. He'll be very happy with that. Just outside of him there is St. George's Liam Cassidy, coached by John Cook, who's sitting in second at the moment but coming under some pressure. Tauranga are sitting in third at the moment. That's lane number 2. But looking across, there they are, the red and yellow in lane number 7. Lane number 7. He's actually pushed his way through into second, if I'm not mistaken. So it's Waikato. Waikato are going to come down and take it at the moment. That's Jack Henry. So coming across the line now, lane 3. Jack Henry is going to take this second semi-final. Second place, all pretty close. And it's going to go to lane 2 with the big finish. James Holland from Tauranga. Lane 7 comes third. That's Aramaho Wanganui. Jake Newton comes third. And then in lane 4, St. George's, that's Liam Cassidy. He gets fourth. Over the far side, Cure Boating Club Matthew Smith came over the line in 5th. It's having a quick look there. Yes, lane 8, it was indeed. That's Cure Boating Club Matthew Smith. So great finishing. Let me see if I can give you the times of the last heat. And these have been confirmed. So Clifton Liam Cox was 7:42. Cure Boating Club 4, Sam Barnett was 7:53. Cure Boating Club 2, Theodore G was 7:59 with Avon 1, Charles Beale in 4th at 8:02.23. And Dunstan Arm actually got 5th. That was Connor Davison. He got 8:02.25. So 0.02. That was unbelievably close. And I'll also try and give you the times for this when I can. As we also pick up, we've got the next race underway. This is the Women's Club Coxless Quadruple School. So I'll come back to those times. We've got Avon in lane 1, Rotorua in lane 2, Avon in lane 3, Ashburton in lane 4, Auckland in 5, Dunstan Arm in 6, Cambridge in 7, and Dunstan Arm 2 in lane 8. They are well down the track as we pick them up now. I go through the binoculars first of all, and I can see it is those middle lanes. It's Dunstan Arm. Dunstan Arm are in the mix here, and they've gone with Auckland 1. It is Dunstan. Dunstan with Auckland 1. They're leading them out just back from those. Auckland 1 is the Ashburton crew, and they are actually just following slightly behind the Avon crew as we see them now. Great shots here from our drone footage. There's our leading 5 crews, and it's all pretty close to call in the Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Skulls. Race number 252. Oh, it's great racing here. Wonderful to see. Avon in lane 3. Avon in lane 3. Rotorua have dropped several lengths back. Down on the inside, Avon 2. They're a few lengths back as well, but they're just sitting in 5th place. So looking across now, we come into this Auckland crew. The Auckland crew, and then just outside of them we see Dunstan Arm. So let's have a look at these crews. For Dunstan Arm, we've got Greer Ferguson, Olivia Bissett, Heather Breen and Rebecca Kingan, coached by Simon Smith. For Auckland 1, we have Tiaria Jackson, Taylor Malcolmson, Annie Williamson, Rebecca McLaren. This is going to be a great race. They're making their way down, and you can see it's neck and neck. Dunstan, they put their work in on that beautiful country down in the South Island there, and it's majestic. It can be fresh and brisk of a morning, but I tell you what, I did some motorbike riding through there recently, down to the great Burt Munro event every year, and wow, what a beautiful country we live in. Great roads, great to hit the west coast as well. But coming up, picking it up, they are hitting, they're changing the boys. They've gone into the yellow boys from the orange, and it is Dunstan Arm who are chasing them down. but it's still looking. Auckland in lane number 5, Auckland 1, to Aria Jackson, Taylor Malcolmson, Annie Williamson and Rebecca McLaren, coached by Peter Mills, but it's pretty close, but they've got their noses in front. Auckland 1. This is the semi-final as they come through. Down they come. Auckland have got it. Avon are sitting in 3rd. Ashburton in 4th. Dunstan Arms sitting in 2nd. It's the first 4 who progress to race number 254. Coming down to the line, half a boat length. Auckland in lane 5 are going to take it. Avon have closed up in lane 3. But here we go. Auckland take the win. Dunstan Arm take 2nd. Avon take 3rd. Ashburton take 4th. Down on the inside lane 1. Avon 2 come through again now, take 5th. Over on the far side, that looks like Cambridge. It is Cambridge in lane 7. They're coming over the line now, and then we come back to the 2nd Dunstan Arm crew. Great rowing there. That was really, really good. And that was the semi-final. The first 4 progressing. It's named as semi-final 2, but I think there's another one now. So this is race 254. Yeah, race number 255 is, this is noted as semi-final 1. Let's pick it up. Here we go. Race number 255, semi-final 1. We've got Hawke's Bay in lane 1, Tauranga Rowing Club in lane 2, Mercer Rowing Club in lane 3, Waikato Rowing Club in lane 4. Dunstan Arm in lane 5, Hamilton in lane 6, Petone in lane 7 with Hamilton Rowing Club in lane 8. They are on the course and making their way down, and we can see we've got a lead 5 boats there. Yep, you're saying a lead 5 boats, and it is the Strong crew. Making sure I pick up the right one here. It's going back through binoculars. It's the, oh yes, it's the yellow caps there. How can I ever forget those Bill and Ben caps from Dunstan Arm? Such strong sun down there. They've got to keep those ears covered up. Great rowing here. They've got a good lead. There's a majestic yellow boat there following them down. That is the Waikato crew. Let's have a look at this Dunstan Armed crew. I'll know some of these names, I'm sure. Paige Fury, Olivia Pybenga involved. So well done. There's 3 boats as we look across there. They're interesting to note the time. It is done. They've got a good rating there, and they're driving away. Just inside them there is that yellow boat of the Waikato crew. That's Isabel Murray, Lucy Eastwood, Madeline Ashby and Charlize Tutbury, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. As we come down, they're still in the Orange Boys. They're in the Orange Boys, the last 20, 30 metres of those Orange Boys before they hit the last 250. The last 250, the Yellow Boys, and it's all to play for. 5 crews trying for those top 4 spots. Down on the inside, we can see that that's the Hawke's Bay crew. They're going to be in the B final, but lane number 2, that's Tauranga. Tauranga are getting very involved with Hamilton and also Mercer 1, not letting them have it all their own way. And they're looking strong, Tauranga. They're going to put them under some real pressure as we come back to our leaders. In the Bill and Ben hats, the yellow hats in lane number 5, they're going to take the win. That is Dunstan Arm. That's Paige, Olivia, Talia and Ruby. They've got a good length of clear water over our Waikato crew. Isabel, Lucy, Madeleine and Charlize, they've got a good second. So Dunstan Arm are going to take first. Waikato going to take second. Oh, look at Tauranga. Tauranga down on the inside. They've come through into third. They've come through into third. and they've dragged Mercer with them, and they've both gone through the Hamilton crew in lane 6. Hamilton in lane 6 are going to be pushed into a B final. Well done. Oh, it's neck and neck on the line. Absolutely neck and neck on the line. Tauranga, 3rd or 4th, and Mercer, 3rd or 4th. Great racing. Wonderful to see. That was event number 255. 255 there. As the rest of the crews come over the line, Hawke's Bay down on the inside and over to Petone Composite and Hamilton 2. Great racing. As we now pick up the last so let's see what we've got happening here. We again catch the drone as it spins around and heads back. Here we have race number 256, semi-final number 2 of the men's intermediate double schools. We've got Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club, Avon Rowing Club, Twizel Rowing Club, Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club, North Shore Rowing Club, Clifton Rowing Club, Cambridge Rowing Club and West End Rowing Club. This is the first semi-final. Sorry, this is actually noted as the second semi-final, with the first 4 progressing to the A final and the rest going through to a B final. So, making the way down, we can see the drone here and we can see the wonderful environment that they get to row in here. A bit of a ripple on the lake. There's more of a breeze today coming across the lake from right to left, turning slightly downwards. So I'd say a bit of a headwind occasionally as well. It's swirling a little bit, but still good rowing conditions. And we have in lane number 4, that looks like Bay of Plenty. I just want to confirm that before I call it too early. Just outside of them is North Shore. Down on the inside, Bay of Plenty Coast 2 are just chasing down Avon. Avon have just got away from Twizel. There'll be some young rowers, Kobe Noru and Ralph Henderson. Big shout out to Kelvin Maker. So Twizel are just following Avon down. Then we come across, and it is that rowing suit I'm not familiar with, and it will be the Bay of Plenty Coast crew. So well done, Bay of Plenty. They are leading it down here. Outside of Bay of Plenty is North Shore. North Shore. Then we come across a couple of lanes. Clifton are slightly back. That's Noah Prendergast and Hamish Perry. Cambridge 2. Zach Ellison and Josh Hutton. Yes, there they are. And then outside of Josh is the West End crew, Ravi Kerr and Rui Kerr. So lovely racing taking place here. The umpire boat number 2 following down. But it is, as we see on the screen there, there's a nice spread across this field, and there's going to be some good racing to finish to pick up that 3rd and 4th spot, because there's about 4 crews involved there. We're certainly happy with our leading crew. Our leading crew of Bay of Plenty, Nathan Helms and Arthur Crimmins, coached by Ted Phelps. They've got 2-3 lengths of clear water over the boat. Just outside of them, that's North Shore, Cameron Elliott and Thomas Klingen, coached by Lewis Morell and Liam Avery. As we see them making their way down, yes, it is lane 4, Bay of Plenty Coast. They've got this under control. Second place is that crew just outside them in lane 5, North Shore 1, Cameron Elliott and Thomas Klingen. Then I think we come across there to the lane number 7 crew. That's Cambridge 2, Zach Ellison and Josh Hutton. They're sitting in 3rd, trying to come under pressure from the Clifton crew and also out on the far side, West End. They're trying to put some pressure on and get that 4th place. So it's going to be a big finish for 4th. But as we come down to the line, it is boat number 4 for Bay of Plenty, Nathan and Arthur, who are going to take this with probably 3 lengths of clear water. Well done to lane 4, Bay of Plenty Coast. Great, they're over the line, so they've got it. They're in the bag. Lane 5 is going to come over next. Lane 5 is North Shore 1. That's Cameron and Thomas. They come over. Lane number 7 go over 3rd. That's lane number 7. And who gets it next? It's lane 6. Lane 6. Oh, it's close. Oh, it was close. Right down with lane number 1. Bay of Plenty's putting under pressure. Wow, great finishing there. Great rowing. And I'm just going to try and pick that up when it comes through. It's not confirmed as yet, so they'll all be looking at that. I know there's another heat coming on, but I want to try and confirm that last crew for you. Definitely Bay of Plenty was first. North Shore came second. Cambridge came in third. And I think it was Clifton came in fourth, but I'm going to look to get it confirmed for you as soon as I can. Meanwhile, we'll move on to race number 257. Hope you're enjoying the racing today and the wonderful footage. We've got West End Rowing Club, Cambridge Rowing Club, St George's Rowing Club, Waikato, Tauranga Boys College, Waikato 11, Whangarei 1 and North Shore as we see the drone go past the 1500 metre mark and get these crews. This is the men's intermediate double schools, semi-final number 1. Boats number 1, 2, 3 and 4 will progress through to the A final with the rest, 5, 6, 7 and 8 making a B final. And we've got a great race developing here. 4 boats, 1, 2, 3, 4. But there's a boat just on the outside there that's trying to get involved. Can they get involved? So, lane number 2, let's have a look who we've got here in lane number 2. That's Cambridge. They're currently sitting in, I'll say 4th or 5th. Tauranga are in the mix. Let me go back to the binoculars just so I can try and pick up these colours. Quite difficult to get them from the screen. So, Waikato are there. There's 2 Waikato crews. That's Alex Pollock and Caleb Blind, along with Sam Odevest and Ryland Tony. Also, who's there is the Hamilton crew, sorry, the St George's crew. Yes, St George's are following down Waikato. Then there's the one in between Waikato, that's Tauranga Boys College. They've just dropped back. So it's Waikato and Waikato. Oh, it's all pretty close there. Look at that. And out on the far side there, there's the light blue there. That's Whangarei. They're sitting in 5th. So Whangarei are sitting in 5th. That's Fergus and Casey. Casey Podesta and Fergus Manson. They'll be really wanting to drive through here to try and get involved. But it's the other 4 crews at the moment. That's Waikato. That's Sam Odevest and Ryland Tony. Then we come across to the Waikato 1, Alex Pollock and Caleb Blind. Just inside them is St George's, Harrison Reeve and Nathan Strachan. And then again we come into Cambridge 3, Jacob Camderhout and Jack Calcini. Great racing here. There's 5 boats going for this, and we come on to the coverage. Have Whangarei, Fergus and Casey, have they closed it up? They're trying, they're looking across there. Have they left it too late as we come down to the 1750? These are the 5 crews who are battling it out. But at the moment, it is still the Waikato crew in lane 4. Lane 4 have got their noses in front. That's Alex Pollock and Caleb Blind. They've got their nose in front, but they're coming under from huge pressure from St. George's, and it's pretty neck and neck. St. George's are right there. That's the red with the white V in lane number 3. Harrison Reeve and Nathan Strachan. They're keeping them absolutely honest, light to the end. Oh, I tell you what, there's a great move there on the outside. Great move there from Wangare. Have they got into 4th? I think Wangare have got into 4th as we come down to line. Lane 4 are leading. That's Waikato. Coming under massive pressure from lane 3. In fact, lane 3, I think they're going to pip them on the line, you know. I think they are. They are. They've pipped them on the line. Well done. That's St. George's who've got in there. Waikato next. Oh, no, it is down on the inside lane 2. Cambridge who came in 4th. Oh, so 2 Waikato crews going through. And Wangare, I thought they were going to get there. That's Ferguson Casey, but they dropped into 5th place. The rest of the crews coming over the line. That was race number 257. 257, and I think we're going to a break now if I'm not mistaken. So that was great to see. I'll just come back and look at the times on that last one, just so I get it confirmed. Here we go. Yeah, Bay and Plenty were first on 7:39. This was race number 256. And then North Shore came second, 2:49. Cambridge came third, 7:51. And then Clifton 1 came fourth with 7:56. Let me see if I can get this next one confirmed as well. I'll keep an eye on it. It's still being worked through because it was pretty close. They'll be working hard downstairs. We should also mention that the sponsors of that were Onyx Cafe. So thank you, a big shout out to Onyx Cafe. The team here producing fantastic food and great service in an inviting atmosphere. So great hospitality, and they're open from weekdays from 11 a.m. to 9 a.m. on weekends. So great to see. Just going to try and get the confirmed. Yes, St. George's came first, 7:39. Waikato 1 came second, 7:39.60. Waikato 11 came third in 7:42. And Cambridge 3 came fourth on 7:43. Less than second behind was Wangare. So great rowing there, great work. We'll be back with you later. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Bye now.
Right, looks like we're back on track now with some racing in the blocks ready to go in the women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls semi-final. Let's have a look and see the lineup. Looks like they've got semi-final number 2. Good to go. So we should have, they're underway. Te Awamutu are in lane 1, North Shore in lane 2, Hamilton 21 in lane 3, Avon 1 and 4, Whangarei number 1 and 5, a Cambridge Composite in 6, Hawke's Bay in 7, and Star in lane 8. That's their number 2 crew. So a good start here from the Cambridge Composite crew in lane 6. Bill, Ashley, Bryony, Singer and Troy Smith is the coxswain. So it looks like first to the 250 is that Cambridge Composite crew, then back into Te Awamutu and out to lane number 4 is Avon number 1. That's how they've started semi-final 2 of the women's intermediate quad. So 4 to go through to the A final, 5, 6, 7 and 8 will go through to a B final. So at the moment we're looking at Cambridge Composite, Avon, Te Awamutu, and then quite a tight race for that 4th spot with Whangarei, North Shore and Hamilton looking for that 4th spot into the A final. So it looks like Avon and Te Awamutu have caught up to that fast start from Cambridge. So Cambridge now sitting in 3rd. And it's Avon who have got the lead here. Francesca, Jessica, Emma, and Ashley is the coxswain. So Avon number 1 leading semi-final 2 of the women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. Then we've got Te Awamutu down in lane number 1, Cambridge, and then possibly North Shore. North Shore looking quite good here. And also in a race with Whangarei for that 4th spot. Great second 500 coming from Avon number 1 as they push out to Clearwater now on Te Awamutu and Cambridge. So good work from these girls from down south. The red and white of Avon number 1 in lane 4. They are looking good currently for an A final at in the women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. Then we're looking for another 3 to join them. That's the Cambridge crew down here in the foreground, then up in the background, up by the marker there at the 1,000 metre mark, that is Te Awamutu. And I would say Whangarei is sitting in 4th currently, looking good for that A final spot in the women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. So down we come in the second half of the race. And these crews all racing well here. Avon over Cambridge over Te Awamutu. So Cambridge doing a big push in that third 500 to try and get rid of Te Awamutu's challenge. Then from Te Awamutu you go back to Whangarei, then you go to North Shore and Hamilton. That's how they're tracking down the third 500. Great conditions here all week at the New Zealand Rowing Championships. We've been very fortunate to have good racing conditions here for these athletes and for the coaches. And we are getting down to the business end of the regatta now with semi-finals and finals taking place today and finals tomorrow and Saturday. So business end of the race, all the heats are out of the way, all the repechages are out of the way, and now we're down to the nitty-gritty, the best of the best out of the country, and we are waiting to see what happens here as we progress through to the finals. So it's still Avon. Avon with a Clearwater advantage here. They are looking very strong to take out semi-final 2 of the women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. Then from them we go, maybe Cambridge have still got that push. Just watching them as they come through. It's just Cambridge, only really by canvas over Te Awamutu. Te Awamutu still looking good for the A final. And then Whangarei in a battle there. I think that might be North Shore trying to creep up on Whangarei and put them under pressure and take them out of the A final. So let's see how they come down towards the finish. So you can see Rowing New Zealand over in the background there, and Avon have really rode away with this. This is quite a great performance from these young ladies, from Francesca, Jessica, Emma, and Ashley Tack on the coxswain, coached by Michaela Turfus and Jake Luthi. They've done a great job with these women in the women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. Then we go to Cambridge. Cambridge now sitting firmly in second. Then we go down to Te Awamutu and out to Whangarei. So this is semi-final number 2, which is going first ahead of semi-final number 1. Confusing? Yes, but we will bring the next semi-final to you shortly. So that's Avon inside the 250. Then we're looking for second place, Cambridge, Te Awamutu, and back to Whangarei. So a great finish as we come down to the end here, and it is going to be Avon that will comfortably take this out. Second place is quite the battle between Te Awamutu and Cambridge. Te Awamutu with a lot of sprinting here as we come down to the line, but I think Cambridge might just close them out. They are still going through to the A final. Cambridge will get second. Then we will go to Te Awamutu, and fourth into the A final will be Whangarei. Well done, ladies. Then we go back to North Shore, Hamilton, over to Hawke's Bay, and then over to Star. Into semi-final number 1 of the women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. They're inside the third 500, so let's race out onto the course. Cambridge 21 from St. Peter's are in lane 1. Canterbury number 1 are in lane 2. Waikato number 1 in lane 3. Star Boating Club number 1 in lane 4. Hamilton Rowing Club are in lane 5. Rotorua number 1 in lane 6. Dunstan Arm number 1 in lane 7. And lane 8 is Whangarei number 2. Right, 4 to go into the A final, of course. And it looks like it might be Waikato. Tis indeed. It is the Waikato ladies through the 500. From Waikato, we go out into the middle. And that's Hamilton. From Hamilton, we go to Dunstan Arm. And back inside Dunstan Arm is Rotorua. So that's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Top right of the screen is our current leaders. And that is the ladies from Waikato. They are leading this home. Elise, Francis, Savannah, Caitlin, and Bradley Kingma is the coxswain. Then we go over to Hamilton, number 1 in lane 5. They're sitting in second. Ananya, Mairi, Ella, Corbin, and Brea Duncan is the coxswain of this crew. That's Hamilton sitting in second. Third place is Dunstan, right in the middle of the screen there, with the yellow and green and blue. They are sitting in third. And then in fourth spot, looking for that A final, is Rotorua in lane 6. Down we come through the 250. First 2 crews are through. Third crew through now. We're on our way home, and it's Waikato. Waikato over Hamilton. They'd have a good 2 lengths nearly over the Hamilton crew. This Waikato crew going well as they approach the finish. Coxon looking pretty calm with this lead. So it's going to be Waikato that take out the semi-final number 1. Semi-final number 2 was won by Avon in a time of 7:59. So let's see if there is a similar time for these ladies. I know they're not at full max, but this is it's good to compare and have a look. So it's Waikato over the line. Second is going to be Hamilton. Third will be Dunstan Arm. And fourth will be Rotorua into the A final. Well done, teams. You will go into the A final. The Women's Intermediate Cox Quadruple Sculls. Congratulations. All right, out we go to the Men's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls, semi-final number 2 on the course. Tauranga Boys College in lane number 1. Mercer Composite with Auckland in lane number 2. Tauranga number 1 in lane 3. Wairau Composite with Nelson in lane 4. Hamilton number 1 in lane 5. Oamaru number 1 in 6. St George's 11 in 7. And Canterbury 1 in lane 8. 4 to go to A final. 5, 6, 7 and 8 to the B. So it's 5 and 4. Hamilton and Wairau. These two looking good. Wairau Composite, I should say, with Nelson. These two crews looking good to go to A final at the moment of the Men's Club Coxless Quads. So it's Hamilton, the Hamilton men over the Wairau Composite with Nelson. That's your 1-2. Then we come back inside of them to Tauranga number 1. And then back inside of them again to Mercer Composite with Auckland. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4 going into the A final. Oh, this is a tight race here. The Wairau Composite crew is having a go at Hamilton. They will go through to the A final. But good racing here from James, Jackson, Liam from Wairau and Nelson. And the Wairau Composite crew's having a crack here. They want to get through this Hamilton crew. And they've got some really nice run, just not quite flicking those blades out of the water as much. And this could be an interesting finish here. Let's see if Waikato managed to roll them over the... if Wairau managed to roll them over the finish here. So this Wairau Nelson Composite looking good to go through to the A final. Then we go to Hamilton. Tauranga clearly in third now over the Mercer Composite with Auckland. That will be your 1, 2, 3, 4 into the A final. Looks like Wairau and Nelson are going to hold on and take the win here. So well done. They will win this by a quarter of a length over Hamilton, who in turn have half a length over Tauranga, and they have 1 length over Auckland Mercer. All 4 of those crews will go through to the A final. Righty-ho, semi-final number 1 of the men's club, Coxless Quadruple Sculls. Into the third 500 we go. You can see the men racing there on the screen. In lane number 1 is the Kyoto University School of Medicine Composite with Kyoto University. Lane number 2 is Bay of Plenty Coast. Lane 3, Mercer number 1. Lane 4, Aramaho Wanganui number 1. Lane 5, Clifton number 1. Lane 6, Cure number 1. Lane 7, Wellington number 1. Lane 8, Avon number 1. These are the men that are racing in the semi-final, number 1 of the men's club, Coxless Quads. Let's go out onto the course, and it is 5 and 4 again. It's Clifton and Aramaho Wanganui. So it's the Clifton men of Sam Williams, Clayton Potts, Luke Brock, and Liam Cox, coached by Jason Williams and Greg Cox. Then we come inside of them on the right-hand shoulder to lane number 4, which is Aramaho Wanganui. Eli Cooney, Jake Newton, Lawrence Harkin, and Nicky Maxim. They are sitting firmly in that second position to go also through to the A final. Then possibly down on the inside to Bay of Plenty Coast and over to the men from Cure in lane 6. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. Looking to go to the A final of the men's club coxless quadruple sculls. We can confirm in semi-final number 2, Wairo and Nelson Composite came home in 6:29. They were the winners of semi-final number 2, 6:29.82. Then we went into second place was Hamilton, third Tauranga, and the Mercer Auckland Composite crew also raced into the A final. Out here in front of us is semi-final number 1. It is the Clifton men who have performed extremely well all season, as have the Aramaho Wanganui crew. We've been watching them up here most of the season, and these are great crews indeed. Beautiful run on that Clifton boat. Look at it fly. These guys are going really well. They'll be definitely one to watch in the A final for sure as they come through that 100. Really liking the look of this Clifton crew. Also liking Aramaho Wanganui, but just that send on the Clifton boat is beautiful. Then we come back down on the inside to Bay of Plenty Coast, out to Cure. Those will be the 4 crews that will go through to the A final. Mercer will go into the B final along with Wellington, Avon, and down on the inside, Kyoto University School of Medicine. Well done, teams. Clifton, Aramaho Wanganui, Cure, and Bay of Plenty Coast. Move up now to the semi-final, the women's club single sculls. Just make sure they're all there, as they usually are once you get to semi-final stage. Bay of Plenty Coast in lane 1, that's Jemima Glahome. Lane number 2 is Mercer, number 1, Sasha Robinson. Lane 3, Ashburton, number 1, Sophie Gibson. Lane 4, Tauranga, number 2, Amy Everett. Now, I understand she's only under 16 this year. That's a great achievement for the Tauranga sculler. Really awesome to see such a young lady in the semi-final of the club single. That's a great effort. Lane 5, Waikato, number 1, Charlize Tutbury. Lane 6, Hawke's Bay, number 1, Ngalakani. Lane 7, Clifton, number 1, Jessie Pulford. And lane 8 is Mercer, number 3, Ashley Pryor. This is a lot of these names I've called before, so this could be some good racing here in the semi-final of the Women's Club Single Sculls. Ooh, is that Ngalakani way out in front there? Let's see who that sculler is. It looks like it could be. By Matt Lawson and Mike Troutvetter. They'll be happy to see their sculler going well here in the club single. Then we go right down to Sophie Gibson, coached by Justin Wall out of Ashburton. Back down to lane number 1, Jemima Glahome from Bay of Plenty Coast. Then it's going to come down to Charlize Tutbury or Amy Everett. Waikato and Tauranga for that 4th spot at the moment as it stands in the third 500. Looks like Sophie Gibson just trying to pull Ngalakani from Hawke's Bay in. Sophie Gibson just a bit more urgent on that rating and trying to go with her Jemima Glahome from Bay of Plenty Coast on the inside. She's got overlap on Sophie Gibson, and both of them, every stroke, just starting to pull the Hawke's Bay sculler in. Charlize Tutbury from Waikato just starting to do some work now. She's trying to push up as well. Right, down we come to the 500, and it is still Hawke's Bay, but Sophie Gibson, gutsy performance from the Ashburton sculler, trying to pull her in every single stroke, and just starting to come through the field as well as Charlize Tupbury from Waikato. The Waikato sculler going through Jemima Glayholm now. And Bay of Plenty Coast sitting possibly just in that third place at the moment, but Charlize Tupbury also pushing up. So Ngalikani still holding on here from Hawke's Bay, but she is under pressure from Ashburton. That Ashburton sculler's really got her rating up, and Charlize Tupbury's reeling her in, probably 3 points lower, 2 or 3 points lower than Sophie Gibson, but she's got that overlap now on Hawke's Bay. So Charlize Tupbury's now sitting in that third place with Jemima Glayholm sitting in fourth. First is still Nganikani from Hawke's Bay, and then we go over to Sophie Gibson from Ashburton. So down we come to the 250. This is the Women's Club Single Sculls semi-final number 1. It is Hawke's Bay. Then it's, oh, geez, it's close. I reckon Sophie Gibson might have her. Ashburton trying to push through now. There's nothing left here in the Hawke's Bay sculler. Hawke's Bay are now sitting in second. Ashburton has gone to first. Then we go to Hawke's Bay. Then we go to Waikato, and then we go down on the inside to Bay of Plenty Coast. Here they come towards the finish, but this is a gutsy race from Ashburton. Down towards the finish comes Sophie Gibson, and here comes Charlize Tupbury. She's also gone through, and Ngalikani. So Hawke's Bay sitting in third now. Waikato trying to push themselves up over the top of Ashburton. Ashburton have got it by a bell ball. Here comes Waikato down to the line. It is Ashburton over Waikato, out to Hawke's Bay, back into Bay of Plenty Coast. Down we come towards the finish. Let's see who takes out the centre lane in the Women's Club Single Scull. And it is going to be super close on the line. Oh, watching those bell balls. Oh, God, why do they do that to me? Well, I know that Hawke's Bay are third, and I know that Bay of Plenty Coast are fourth. But did Charlize roll over the top of Sophie there? We will find out very shortly, but what a cracker of a finish. Boy, she left it to that last 500, but you know what? She still got herself through. So well done to Bay of Plenty Coast, Hawke's Bay, Waikato and Ashburton. Just don't quite know which order that came through in. Final Women's Club Single Sculls. Let's see if we've got, we have got it confirmed now. Women's Club Single, we have Waikato, Ashburton, Hawke's Bay. And Jemima Right, out on the course now. Sorry about that. Just had to turn the phone off. You might have heard. We have Cambridge, Tegan O'Dwyer down on the inside. Lane number 2, Avon number 1, Grace Langridge. Lane number 3 is Whakatane number 1, Poppy May Parks. Lane 4, Omaru number 1, Emma Spittle. Lane 5, North Shore number 1, Atlanta Bruce. Lane 6, Tauranga number 1, Caitlin Wayne. And lane 7, Rotoro number 1, Tegan Negus. And lane 8 is Hamilton 2, Raitara David. Looks like Atlanta out there in the North Shore colours. Just double check my facts there. Yes, it is. Atlanta Bruce going well for North Shore, coached by Ella Campbell and Marin Howarth. So it was Charlize Tupbury grabbed the win there in the first semi over Sophie Gibson by 0.18 of a second. What a great finish that was. And then third was Hawke's Bay and fourth Bay of Plenty Coast. Out here in front of us as they come through the 500, you can see Atlanta Bruce on the right of your screen there. She is leading semi-final number 2 of the women's club single scull. Just on her right-hand shoulder is Emma Spittle from Oamaru. She's sitting in second. Then we come down to Tegan Negus from Rotorua. She's sitting in third place by 3/4 of a length, possibly over Caitlin Wayne, but also keep an eye on Grace Langridge out of Avon. So well inside the last 500 here of the Women's Club Single Sculls semi-final number 2. This, I believe, is the last race until 3:30, and you will have Vicky on then for the closing hour of racing. But out in front of us as we come down to the 250, this is Atlanta Bruce comfortably in control here of semi-final 2 in the Women's Club Single Scull. It's Atlanta over Emma Spittle out of Oamaru, coached by Ivan Doherty. And then in third place, still hanging on here on the outside, is Tegan Negus. And just inside of her is Caitlin Wayne out of Tauranga. What we have to watch is whether Grace Langridge in lane number 2 can push herself up into that 4th spot. But she is back probably 3/4 of a length at the moment. Oh, no, maybe not. Might be under that. Might be only about half a length if she can push up. She can do a sprint. Grace Langridge could find herself in the A final there. But at the moment, no doubt about Atlanta Bruce out of North Shore and Emma Spittle out of Oamaru. Then we come down to Rotorua. So Tegan Negus just getting quite a bit of overlap here with Caitlin Wayne out of Tauranga. And then we go back to Grace Langridge, who is sitting in that 5th position. So last race before we have another break for an hour. Atlanta Bruce coming down with 40 metres left to travel. She's got just over a length clear of Emma Spittle out of Oamaru. Those two going through to the A final. Joining them is Tegan Negus from Rotorua. And then it looks like Tauranga's Caitlin Wayne will hold on for that 4th spot.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Hello everybody. Sorry, I'm just a little bit late in to this heat. And we've got 8 boats on the water. And it's the women's novice cox quadruple sculls, the first 4 through to the A finals. So it looks like we've got a bit of a race on our hands here. In lane 1, we have Star Boating Club number 1 crew. In lane 2, we have Hamilton number 2 crew. In lane 3, Aramaho Wanganui 1 crew, travelling well, but just sitting behind the leaders. In lane 4, lane 4, hang about, wrong bit of paper. It's still the first 4 through to the A final. In lane 1, we've Whangarei 2. In lane 2, we've got Cambridge 1. In lane 3, we've got Avon, and Avon earn a chance making the A final. However, Clifton is bringing the race home. Clifton 1 and Clifton 2, they are not quite shoulder to shoulder, but near enough. Then we've got North Shore, who are going to have to get a bit of a wriggle on, because we've got North Shore, Petone and Avon clambering for 3rd and 4th place. But it's Clifton 1 and 2 going hammer and tongs with one another. Clifton 1 just a couple of seats up my angle over Clifton 2, but not much between them. Goodness me, their coaches Gus Bergen and Jodie Haskell will be pleased with a 1-2 and see if they can replicate it in the A final. But it's Clifton 1 and 2. Clifton 1 really just a good boat length now, just short of a boat length coming up. They're into the last 100. Avon made good gain here. They're in 3rd, Petone in 4th, but not by much. North Shore working hard to try and catch Petone. They might just do it. Watch, just keep keeled for that, or peeled even. But it's Clifton 1, followed by Clifton 2. Avon, coached by Sophie Jackson. And then North Shore now just pulling ahead of Petone, making a good fist of this. Coming up through here, they're now a boat length ahead of Petone. So that's North Shore. That's your lineup for the A final from this heat. Petone, Whangarei, and Cambridge, and over to Tiawamutu 1 will make up the B final. On the water now is the second heat, race 265 in your programme of the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls. First 4 through to the A final to join Clifton 1 and 2, Avon and North Shore. In lane 1, we have Star Boating Club, number 1 crew. In lane 2, we have Hamilton, number 2 crew. In lane 3, Aramaho Wanganui, number 1 crew. In lane 4, Waikato 1. In lane 5, Whangarei 1. Lane 6, Nelson 1. Lane 7, Hamilton 1. And in lane 8, Cambridge 2. And just to give you an idea of what the water's going at, Clifton won the race, the last heat, in 8:24.40. So, North Shore came across in 8:50.47. So that is just give you an idea of the pace, if you're any good at that. So Star Boating Club in lane 1 always just catches me unawares, but I think they're going to have to work. Hamilton 2 is finding the heat in the kitchen a bit hot, I would suggest. Aramaho Wanganui in lane 3 going incredibly well. Waikato 1 leading the charge home. Whangarei on their shoulder travelling quite well. Nelson back, but Hamilton number 1 crews up there with a chance to make the A final, and Cambridge 2 will have to do a little more work. But we have a race, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to be some fun when it gets down to the last 250 when they throw everything in the kitchen at it. Goodness me, hasn't the lake been tremendous today? The wind has dropped and our athletes are putting on a phenomenal display. And tomorrow we start with finals. So that will be an exciting day for everybody. So Star Boating Club working hard in the inside lane. As you know, if you've had the pleasure or not of listening to me, I always get caught out with lane 1, but I think they're going to have to do some serious work, but here's hoping they can. Hamilton just sitting back there, but Aramaho Wanganui travelling well just behind the Waikato crew, who's leading this charge home in a very convincing fashion. Then we've got Whangarei sitting in 4th, I think. Nelson just out the back. Hamilton, number 1 crew, making a good fist of this at the moment. If I had my pick at the moment for the first 4 going through to the A final, it would be Waikato, Aramaho, Hamilton, and Whangarei. Just watching them coming up to, well, Waikato is now through the 1750 mark. Travelling very well here. Remember, these athletes are novices too, and we are very kindly sponsored here by Rob Bristow of Rowing Images. Now it is, look at this crew, it's the Waikato crew, majestically coming through here, out as if they're out for a lazy Sunday drive. And for novices, they've got real command here. Aramaho Wanganui coming up here, coached by Laura. Actually, I don't know who they're coached by. It doesn't tell me, but they're about to qualify for the A final. Well done, girls. Aramaho Wanganui. Waikato's coach is Angela Burke. They've qualified first. Aramaho Wanganui next. Then we're out to Hamilton at the moment. But Wanganui, Whangarei working hard here. Whangarei's probably going to take it on the line. Yes, Whangarei take it. They're third, and then fourth is Hamilton. Then we come back to Star Boating Club. That's a very spread out field. We're just coming back down here to Cambridge over on the outside. Then back to Hamilton and over to Nelson. Thank you to Rob Bristow Rowing Images. Rob is a mainstay of our photography here. A long-time supporter of KRI. He's very pleased to continue for another season as an event sponsor of our regattas. He's been photographing New Zealand rowing for over 25 years. The images of New Zealand and overseas regattas since 2001 can be found on his website, www.rowingphotos.nz, and you'll just lose yourself in it. Now on the water. A much slower heat. That women's novice Cox quadruple sculls than the first one. So it'll be interested to see whether Clifton takes it out in 1 and 2 or whether Waikato can get in there and upset the apple cart. Right. Now we have the women's intermediate single sculls. Sponsored by Fresh Choice Supermarket in Leamington, and they are such a lovely supermarket. They are absolutely delightful. They're local, they're friendly, they're 5 minutes from the lake, and they're open from 7 till 9. They welcome pre-orders that you can have ready for they'll have ready for collection or delivery on your arrival in town. They cater for all your rowing needs. What I would also say is they've got a great selection of wine and lots of lovely nibbles for you to toast our athletes at the end of the day. And they've got some bits and bobs that you don't normally see elsewhere. Now in lane 1, we have a Rotorua LMA McElroy. First 4 through to the A final here. In lane 2, Waikato 3. In lane 2, Waikato 3, Edie Crouchley, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. In lane 3, Cambridge 1, Senga Hickson, coached by Phil Petch and Peter Fraser. In lane 4, goodness me, it's lane 4, 5, 6 and 7 are having their own private race. West End in lane 4, Milan Tainakori, coached by George Lawn and Tanya Doniani. In lane 5, Avon 4, Sam Rankin, coached by Tim Hopkins and Leon Barrowclough. In lane 6, Waitomato 1, Rose Hinton, coached by Brian Hawthorne. And in lane 7, Avon 1, Emma Gardner, coached by Marcella Turfus and Jake Luty. And in lane 8, Waikato 1, Ellie Dean, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. But we have 4 boats coming up here, and I think it's Avon 1 out in the far lane, Emma Gardner. Box to go. Who's going to get... Oh... I'm going to say West End got it, and she's lying down. I hope she gets back up soon. Then over to Avon. Then over West End, then Avon again. Goodness me, what a race. You just might want to check the finishing of that, but it did look to me as Milan had just taken that by a hair. Hello, it's me upstairs. I'm holding in my hand a very nice Apple phone with a lovely picture of a bride and groom on the front, looking very dapper in their finery, and they're on the Spark network, and you can only get it if you look like the bride or groom and dressed up in your finery. But please, somebody's handed it in. Do feel free to come and get it at the tower. Oh, has he? Now we are on to our second heat of race 267, the women's intermediate single sculls, first 4 through to the A final, and that was a fairly closely run semi-final. If that is the standard of the semi-final, we are in for a treat tomorrow to watch that final and many other finals. It will be spectacular. Now, who have we got here in this do? We've got lane 1, Fongaree 3, Elizabeth Gould, coached by Chris Williams. In lane 2, we've got Porirua, number 1 crew, Layla Mackay, coached by Tim Parker. In lane 3, we've got Fongaree 1, Alice Henderson-Biss, coached by Chris Williams. In lane 4, we've got Rotorua 1, and that's Frances Hazeldine, coached by Alistair Riddle. And in lane 5, we have Canterbury, Stella Cook, coached by Josh Smith, who seems to be in a race all of her own, completely out front. So I think we have no need to worry about who we think is going to take the first place in the first qualification into the semi-final. I haven't found my rhythm today. In lane 6, we've got Whakatane Isla Rowe, coached by Chick Hammond. And in lane 7, Hamilton 1, Mari Radmaker, coached by Georgia Allen. And in lane 8, Rotorua 2, Grace Hack, coached by Alistair Riddle. But it is Stella Cook from Canterbury that is giving us a masterclass in single sculling here. Just majestic, sitting watching her here. You get quite carried away and lulled by this racing. It's just beautiful. That's not to take anything away from the rest of the athletes on this field, but she's a force to be reckoned with. Goodness me, is that not just majestic? Well, it is from where I'm sitting. Right, well, she's through. And then we've got Rotorua, Frances Hazeldine. She's sitting in a very comfortable second. Porirua is going, just digging in really deeply here, making this look like incredibly hard work, which it is. And then we go over to Whakatane. So Rotorua second, Porirua, Lila Mackay third, and then fourth is Whakatane's Isla Rowe. What an A final we are going to get. That is going to be amazing. Absolutely amazing. And the rest will go through to the B final, which will be very entertaining and challenging as well. Thank you very much to Fresh Choice Supermarket in Leamington for sponsoring the women's intermediate single sculls. They're also sponsoring the boys, men's intermediate single sculls. And as I say, it really is a lovely supermarket. It's very clean. It's got no rats and no mice. I can assure you of that. And it's just beautifully done out. And they're great sponsors of Carapiro. You can tell I shop there every day when I'm here. And yeah, I highly recommend it. Anyway, let's see who's down here in lane 1. Lane 1, we've got Ashburton. Number 1 crew, Caleb Armstrong, coached by Justin Wall. In lane 2, we've got St. George's 11, Nathan Strachan, coached by Alan Vesta. In lane 3, Waikato 11, Ryan Toney, coached by Carly Corboy and Bradley Kingma. In lane 4, Wairo 1, Kia Sheehy Wiko, coached by Kay Serginor and Matt Straker. And I haven't called you Sadie today, Kay. And in lane 5, we've got Wellington 1, Guy Curry-Stanton, coached by Matthew Hall. In lane 6, Hamilton 2, Blake Buxton, coached by Kamira Haggy. In lane 7, Waitemata 1, William Zeng, coached by Brian Hawthorne. And out in lane 8, Star Boating Club 2, Luke Boschenstein, coached by Brooke Walker and Ella Pudney. First 4 through to the A final, and who's who in the zoo here were St. George's and Waikato. They're having their own little ding-dong here. Then we've got Wairoa and Wellington 1. And then a very enthusiastic supporter down on the seats. As I think they're probably louder than I am. That takes some beating. But my goodness me, St. George's really giving it here. Nathan Strachan really putting his back into this. He's going to take this out over to Waikato, Ryan's going to take second. And then we're over to lane 4, Wairoa, Kei Shihi, Wiko. Well done. And then over to lane 1, Ashburton, Caleb Armstrong. That's our 4 for the first 4 qualified for the A final. Just a reminder that it's quite a big Apple phone. I think it could be a 13. It's bigger than mine. I'm not really sure whether it's 11 or 12. It's on the Spark network, and there's a lovely picture of a bride and groom on their wedding day in black and white, if this helps. Look very happy. But I've got your phone in the tower, and you need to come and guess it, okay? Right, race 269, men's intermediate single sculls, the second semi-final. Progression 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th through to the A, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th through to the B. The last heat was taken out in a time of 8:32.23, so that's the time to get an idea of. So in lane 1, we have Whangarei 1, Casey Podesta, coached by Chris McKasey and Mike Podesta. In lane 2, Twizel 1, Ralph Henderson, coached by Kelvin Maker and Sarah Henderson. In lane 3, travelling well, we've got Tauranga Boys College 1, Julius Lunenborg, coached by Richard Gee and Nicola Austin. In lane 4, Waikato 1, Caleb Lind, coached by Ben Tyson. In lane 5, Hamilton 1, Alex van der Vetch. And he is travelling really well here. I think he's really got his nose out in front. And he's coached by Blair Curry and James Ingham. So James will be pleased, and James, when you've got a mo, come and see me. I have something for you. In lane 6, Cambridge 3, Josh Hutton, coached by Peter Fraser. In lane 7, Dunstan Arm 1, Liam Pyle, coached by Simon Smith. And out in lane 8, West End 1, Harrison Backus, coached by Nick Doe and George Lawn. So first 4 through to the A final, and it's a very spaced out race. I think Tauranga boys travelling well. Probably got them in second or third at the moment. Waikato in with a shout, but going to have to move it. Lane 5, this is Hamilton. This is Alex van der Vecht. Vecht? I'll go with Vecht. I'll be corrected sooner or later. I think he's certainly very comfortable in pole position. Then we go back to I seem to have lost an athlete. I've only got 7 and I've got 8 on my piece of paper. So I don't know just who hasn't quite started, but it's not West End. So it was Dunstan, unfortunately, that had a flip. But anyway, it is Hamilton. Alex van der Vecht is certainly taking this out in a very convincing fashion. Tauranga boys, well done. Julius, well done. And then, oh my goodness me, this is when it gets really hard for me. Right, I'm going to say Waikato, and I'm not going to say 4th. I've got my own suspicions, but I don't want to get it wrong. So we'll just have to wait for the judges on that one and find our final 4 to join our first 4. And thank you to Fresh Choice in Leamington. Now we've got some more single sculls. And this is kindly sponsored by Waipa District Council. Now, we are on Waipa land here, and they're very good to us. And Waipa District Council is proud to call Waipa the home of champions. Council knows events like this is playing a huge role in our successful recovery from the COVID-19 impacts, and it still seems to be around, unfortunately. And they are enjoying a busy season, but they really ask that you stay safe and make the most of these activities with friends and family. And we thank Waipa. So it's race 270 on your program. It's the men's senior single sculls. First 4 through to the A final. Eight boats on the water on this count. I just didn't see Dunstan Arms tip, which I'm sorry, somebody else will have done, and I didn't. I'd be looking away at the time. Anyhow, what we've got here is in lane 1, Cure Boating Club 2, Flynn Mercer, coached by Alex Kennedy. In lane 2, Wairo 2, Edwin George, coached by Kay Surgeonor and Matt Straker. Lane 3, Auckland 1, Ryan Gass, coached by Peter Mills. In lane 4, Dunstan Arm 2, Marley King Smith, coached by Simon Smith. In lane 5, Nelson 1, Ollie Stevens, coached by Tim Babbage and Phil Knight. In lane 6, Evergreen BC 1, Christopher Stitch, coached by Nick Daw and George Lawn. In lane 7, Waikato 2, Sebastian Fulton, coached by Martin Simoncelli. And in lane 8, Aramaho Wanganui, Wilf Allison. So this is our lineup for the men's senior single sculls. It's the first of 2 semi-finals, first 4 through to the A final, and it's a fairly spaced out field. I've got to find the colours of Evergreen. One would suggest it will be green. It's a new one on me. Well, they're not on my carefully color-coded sheet to tell me who Evergreen BC is, but the trusty people behind me will come and tell me in a jiffy. So Cura Boating Club's got Flynn Mercer in lane 1. They're going to have to work really hard here. Wairoa 2, going to have to work hard too, but they are. And in lane 3, we've got Auckland 1, this is Ryan Gass. Yeah, he's up there. Lane 4, Dunstan Arm 2, going very well here. Lane 5, Nelson 1, travelling well. And then Evergreen BC, just sitting in behind there. Then we go to Waikato 2, who are in with Hui here, and on their shoulder is Aramaho Wanganui's Wilf Allison. Lane 4, lane 5. It's lane 5's Nelson Ollie Stevens, going really well here in lane 5. I know, I'm not very sure what Ollie's up to now, but he spent some time at Northeastern in Boston. Good to see him sculling so well here. And then I think it's Waikato. Waikato's Sebastian Fulton having a good race here. As is Dunstan Arm. Haven't quite picked my 4th yet. Could be Auckland. It could be Auckland. However, there's no doubt that it's Ollie Stevens from Nelson, coached by Tim Babbage and Phil Knight, looking very much in command and control, sticking to his knitting, knows what he's up to. Very much in control. This is a final I'd like to watch tomorrow or Saturday. I'm not very sure when they race. The first time I've seen the arm sleeves for lactic acid in rowing. Well done, Ollie. That's you through. Now we've got Dunstan coming up here quickly, and Auckland is also going like the clappers and is going to try and catch Waikato in the far lane. Race 271, men's senior single sculls, semi-final 2, second of two, progression first, second and third and fourth through to the A final, rest through to the B. And we have a full lineup. 8 boats on the water. In lane 1, Tauranga 2, Luke Bequist, coached by Simon 1. Tauranga 2, Luke Bequist, coached by Simon Aubrey. In lane 2, Hamilton 1, Justin Smythe, coached by Blair Curry and James Ingham. In lane 3, Waikato 1, Riley Wills, coached by Martin Simoncelli. In lane 4, Hamilton 2, Jack Clark, coached by Blair Curry and James Ingham. In lane 5, Dunstan Arm 1, Angus Kenny, coached by Simon Smith. In lane 6, Cure Boating Club 1, Alex Fletcher, coached by Alex Kennedy. In lane 7, Wairo 1, Tristan Gregory Hunt, coached by Mark James and Matt Straker. In lane 8, Auckland 2, Jack McDonald, coached by Peter Mills. So, Tauranga in lane 1 will have to work very, very hard. Lane 2, Hamilton's Justin Smythe, going well. They'll have to do some work, but going well here, just through the 1500 metre mark. Then we've got Waikato's Riley Wills, travelling very well here. Hamilton 2, just on their shoulder, going to have to do some work if he wants to make the top 4. Dunstan Arm travelling very well. Angus Kenny certainly sitting there in second or third position. Cure Boating Club just finding that pace too hot to handle. Wairo travelling well, certainly in the top 4, probably second at the moment. And then Auckland 2 working hard out in the outside lane. So I have advancing into beautiful water here, 1750 mark. Who's who in the zoo here? Well, it's Riley Wills from the Waikato. Just got his nose out, his bow out in front here. Hamilton working hard in lane 2 to stay in Hui. And Hamilton in lane 4 also working hard. One of them might get through. Doubtful if both of them will. Dunstan Arm. Angus Kenny going well, putting down a marker here. Is he going to list his rating? Not very sure. Cure Boating Club, destined for a B final. Wairoa really winding the pace here. Auckland just finding it all a little bit hot to handle. So we've got our first, second, third, and one of our crews from Hamilton will be fourth. But it's Waikato winding it up here. Just want to make sure that they are going to get the best lane possible. Waikato take it out. Dunstan Arm just slowing off a little bit there. Dunstan Arm, Hamilton, and then Wairoa and back to Hamilton. Right, this phone, this fancy iPhone, Apple, Spark Network, young newly married couple on the front, black and white, and it's sort of a goldy coloured case. That helps. You missed it. Right. Race 272, women's senior single sculls. It's the first of 2 semi-finals. First 4 through to the A final, the second 4 the B. Eight boats on the water. In lane 1, Rotorua 1, Tegan Negus, coached by Alistair Riddle. Lane 2, Cure Boating Club 2, Lauren Sim, coached by Alex Kennedy. Lane 3, Clifton 1, Madison Neal, coached by Jason Williams and Greg Cox. Lane 4, Star Boating Club 1, Mackenzie Tuffin, coached by Ella Pudney and Brooke Walker. In lane 5, West End 1, Holly Chaff. In lane 6, Avon 1, Tori Cox, coached by Tim Hopkins and Leon Barracliff. In lane 7, Oamaru 1, Emma Spittle, coached by Ivan Docherty. In lane 8, Aramaho Wanganui 1, Robin Van Dyck. First 4 through to the A final. Who's who in this particular zoo? Lane 5, and that will be my friend Holly Chaff, is going very, very well. She's leading the pack home at the moment. Clifton, Star Boating Club actually. No, it's Star Boating Club. Star Boating Club going well here. Yep, I should remember I've got a screen in front of me that's got boats on it rather than squinting away down the lake, which I nearly called a loch. Goodness me, I'm reading a book all about Scotland at the moment, so, and being Scottish, it's obviously fully ingrained in me. Anyway, West End 1, Holly Chaff is leading the charge home here. Star Boating Club travelling well. Avon just finding this pace a little hot. Oamaru, Emma Spittle, also going well. I've got sort of 1, 2, and 3. Haven't made my mind up about 4. And I'd get it wrong, I think. Oh, maybe it could be Avon, but it could also be Cure. Or Clifton. Clifton's going very well. It'll be Clifton. Clifton's sitting in 4th at the moment. So first is Holly Chaff from West End. Maybe not anymore, actually. Mackenzie Tuffin. Mackenzie Tuffin is pulled into the lead here over Holly, who's sitting in 2nd. Then we go over to Oamaru, and then back to Clifton, then Cure, then Avon, Aramaho, and Rotorua. But it's Star Boating Club all the way from Wellington, Mackenzie Tuffin, coached by Ella Pudney and Brooke Walker, who's taken the lead over Holly Chaff, looking for pole position into the last 100. Coming home here. Very comfortably, Mackenzie. Great racing. Mackenzie Tuffin from Wellington, Star Boating Club, books her slot in the A final. Followed by Holly Chaff from West End. Then Madison Neal from Clifton, and over to Emma Spittle from Oamaru. The rest will go to the B final, which will be an entertaining race. And they're coming thick and fast. We've got the second semi-final on the water. 8 boats on the water, race 273. Very kindly sponsored by Milford Asset Management, who are doing all our sponsoring our live streaming as well. So Milford's an award-winning KiwiSaver provider and one of New Zealand's largest investment management companies. It's now Rowing New Zealand's official live streaming partner, offering coverage of 5 key regattas this season, this being one. Milford is proud to support Rowing New Zealand and is keen to see the sport of rowing continue to succeed. And thank you to Milford. The live streaming is brilliant, and there's many that we need to thank. John Story, Michael Arms, Jed Campbell, and there's always one I forget, so apologies for the one I've forgotten. But they're a great outfit and really just getting better the more we test it all the time. So women's senior single sculls, semi-final, the second semi-final of 2. We're looking for first 4 through to the A final. And watch North Shore number 1 crew in lane 1. This is Castell Luff, coached by Ella Campbell and Maren Howarth. She's travelling well in the inside lane. Cure Boating Club, Abby Jenkins-McCall, coached by Alex Kennedy. In lane 3, we've got North End 1, Harriet Thompson, coached by Dave Hannon. And then we come to our leader. In lane 4, Waikato 1, Sophie Egnott Johnson, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills. And Dunstan Arm 2 is in lane 5, Elsie Talbot, coached by Simon Smith, travelling well. As is Amy Robson in lane 6 for Hamilton, coached by Blair Curry and James Ingham. And then in lane 7, North Shore 2, Sophie Strang, coached by Ella Campbell and Maren Howarth. And in lane 8, excuse me, Waikato 2, Madeline Ashby, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills. We're looking for 4 here. And at the moment, well, there's no doubting who's going to take it out. That's Sophie Egnott Johnson in lane 4, owned it from start to finish. And lovely puddles, lovely sculling, great technique. Then we go to Dunstan Arm, Elsie Talbot, going very well here. And then Amy Robson. But also we've got Castell Luff coming up in the inside lane. Those will be our first 4, but it's Dunstan Arm is going to take second. North Shore 3rd. And Hamilton 4th. You've booked your slots for the A final. Congratulations. And our remaining athletes will compete in the B final. I've still got a phone. A very smart iPhone Apple in a gold case. On the Spark Network. Young married couple on the front. Black and white. Lovely. Well charged too. Shame I don't know the code. Then I could ring you. Race 274. Men's Club. Cox's Pair Oars. First semi-final of 2. First 4 through to the A final. Second 4 to the B. Right, there's a bit of havoc in behind me caused by my dog, I'm sorry to say, who's a puppy, and I've had lovely permission from Liz from Waipart that he can come in just so that he's not on his own all day. Anyway, he's coming in to see me, I think. No? Okay, this is the men's club Cox's pair oars. Great racing. It's become one of my favorite disciplines in rowing. Wonder why. Now, we've got Waikato 2 leading the charge home here. Dylan McConnell and Zach Brownlee, coached by Caleb Shepherd. In lane 1, we've got Hamilton, number 1 crew Lucas Doughty and John O'Brien, coached by Blair Curry and James Ingham. In lane 2, we've got North Shore 2, James Brake and Jaden Tabany-Evie, coached by Liam Avery. Lane 3, we've got North Shore 1, Daniel Tomlinson and Elliot Rhodes. They're travelling well here. They're gunning for a place in the A final, but in lane 4, as you can all see, it's Dylan and Zach from Waikato really nailing this race. But North Shore coming up very fast. We also have Cure Boating Club's Charlie McIntosh and Ethan Bailu going really well here. And then we have St George's 2, Frank Eisen, Zane Cook. But it's the North Shore crew that's going to take second. Third will be Cure. And fourth will be St George's. Fifth, Waikato. Sixth, Cure. Seventh, Hamilton. And North Shore just bringing up the rear. Goodness me, I've just got a drone shot of the second semi-final. Gosh, they look majestic coming down here, almost in perfect formation. Lane 2's bucking the trend on it. It's probably a good thing for lane 2. Lane 1, we have Waikato 3, Joshua Wilson and Charlie Squire, coached by Ben Tyson. In lane 2, St George's 1, Liam Cassidy, Haising Yu Chow, coached by John Cook. In lane 3, St George's 3, Finlay Dickens and Daniel Taylor, coached by John Cook and Robert Taylor. In lane 4, Wellington 1, Tom Bone and Max Newton, coached by Matthew Hall. In lane 5, Auckland 1, Thaddeus Cryer and Freddie Eady, coached by Peter Mills. In lane 6, West End 1, Alex Brown and Sam Mones, coached by Nick Dole and George Lawn. In lane 7, Wellington 2, Matthew Handford and Ty Renner, coached by Matthew Hall. And in lane 8, Avon 1, Jacob Lorcan and Lawrence Birch, coached by David Lindstrom and Sophie Strachan. First 4 through to the A final. Second 4, the B. Lane 4, Wellington 1. Travelling well here, Tom Bone and Max Newton. Thaddeus Cryer and Freddie Eady. Travelling well in lane 5. St George's 3. Making a good fist of this in lane 3. And then I think West End. West End, or could be actually Waikato 3 in the inside lane. They're through the 1500 metre mark, so really hurting now. As I was reminded by Freddie Eady's father the other day, the way I talk about this, sometimes you think I knew what I was doing, but actually I have no idea what it's like to row 2K on the water, none whatsoever. and I know that on an erg you can get off. So, not that I ever have when I've been doing a 2K. But, however, who have we got coming down here? Well, this Waikato crew in the inside lane is probably going to upset my little apple cart here, which is good for Joshua Wilson. St. George's just too far back here. St. George's 3, though, in the money here, very much so. Wellington 1, Tom Bone and Max Newton. They certainly look, from my position, that they're going to take this race out. Thaddeus Cryer, Freddie Eady, coached by Peter Mills, going well in lane 5. And then West End, Alex Brown and Sam Mones. Is this my 4, or is Waikato going to just come up here quickly on the inside lane? They're moving swiftly. It's Wellington 1. Wellington 1 with St. George's 3. And Auckland, and it is the Waikato crew just coming up here quickly, but it's Wellington. Wellington are going to take the honours. Wellington, St. George's, Auckland, and Waikato is your 4 to complete the A final lineup. Right, this is my penultimate race for the day. This is the men's novice double sculls, kindly sponsored by Rocket Spark. Sorry, you can see they are a new one to me. So Rocket Spark is a Cambridge-based website builder and e-commerce platform that allows you to create code-free and beautiful websites fast. The team behind Rocket Spark take care of the tech and have your back every step of the way. Clients of theirs are across a range of industry and love its award-winning support ease of use, and being NZ owned and operated. Thank you, Rocket Spark for sponsoring the men's novice double sculls and supporting Karapiro Rowing Inc. This is first 4 through to the A final and the second 4 through to the B. Lane 1, Hawke's Bay 4. Lane 2, Porirua 1. Lane 3, we've got Whangarei 3, and Whangarei 3 are leading this race home at the moment. In lane 4, we've got Clifton. In lane 5, we've got North Shore, number 1 crew. In lane 6, we've got Bay of Plenty Coast 2. In lane 7, Whangarei 1, and out in lane 8, Star Boating Club 1. First 4 through to the A final. Well, barring any upsets here, Whangarei 3, Fergus Manson and Ty Pullen, coached by Chris McCasey and Jeremy Armstrong, they've got the pulling power here. They're in pole position. Now, who's next to them is Clifton, and this is Jasper Sullivan Usher and Oliver Colas, coached by Gus Burgham and Jody Haskell. They're maybe not as comfortable. Remember, this is novice racing. We've got North Shores, Bruno Martinez and Samuel Wild, coached by Chris Brake, travelling well here. And then we Bay of Plenty Coast 2, Connor McCormack. Goodness me, Connor McCormack. Charlie Etherington, coached by Ted Phelps. Connor McCormack. It won't be an Irish one, that's for sure. But it is Whangarei, you're through. Then we've got Clifton, then North Shore, and then Bay of Plenty Coast. That is our 4 through to the A final now. And on the water, my final race for the day. And I'm sorry, that's Hector, the Black Lab pup, just wanting to make his presence felt. Be removed shortly. This is race 277, and then I'm going to pass over to Matt and Maxine to do a tag on the mixed senior cock state, which is going to be a hoot, and I look forward to watching it. But this is a really important race. This is the second semi-final of the men's novice double sculls, kindly sponsored by Rocket Spark. In lane 1, with Hamilton number 1 crew. In lane 2, Hawke's Bay number 2 crew. In lane 3, Oamaru 1. In lane 4, Clifton 2. In lane 5, Aramaho Wanganui. In lane 6, Hawke's Bay 1. Lane 7, Aramaho Wanganui 2. And out in lane 8, we have Mercer 1. Oh, and I don't have a drone. It's the first time I've looked at the screen for ages. Now, what does that mean that I haven't got a drone? Anyway. Lane 3, Oamaru, Cowper Lynch and Ned Newlands Carter, coached by Ivan Docherty. Travelling well. Clifton 2, just on their shoulder, a wee bit far back, but my eyesight's just maybe not as good as it once was. And Aramaho Wanganui, Achilles Paikea, and Kynan Brewer travelling well. Hawke's Bay going well. Really, the only one with their nose well and truly out in the front here at the moment is Oamaru. And this is them approaching the 1500 metre mark. Lane 5, Aramaho Wanganui, travelling well here. Lane 6 going well. Lane 7. Lane 6 is Hawke's Bay. Lane 7, Aramaho Wanganui. Training partners of Aramaho Wanganui 1, Jordan Hallett and Christian Kiriona. In lane 8, Mercer. Mercer travelling well here too. Noah Murphy, Liam Murphy, coached by Jim Matchett. I thought it was going to be a family affair. But we're just looking down. They're coming through. They're through the 1500 metre mark. rapidly approaching the 1750. People are separating out now, as far as I can see. But it is definitely the boys from Oamaru, Cowper Lynch, Ned Newlands Carter, coached by Ivan Doherty. They are leading this charge home. Clifton 2 just sitting back there. But they're in with a chance here. Aramaho Wanganui 1, going well here. Achilles, Paikea, Kynan Brewer, going well. And then they've got Hawke's Bay sitting beside them. And then they've got Aramaho Wanganui, Jordan Hallett and Christian Kiriona. Mercer just sitting behind there. Is Clifton going to make a last-minute appeal and get into this race? I think they could, you know. Oamaru, bringing it home. Remember, this is the novice double sculls. Oh, caught some air there. Still going well. Aramaho, hot in the heels. Hawke's Bay, Clifton. Clifton's edging out the second. First through. Aramaho. Oh. Clifton. And then Hawke's Bay. That's our 4 for the through from the second semi-final that make up the A final. Now I hand over to Matt and Maxine for what will be a very entertaining mixed senior Coxed 8 commentating.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Vicky. Yes, as she said, we now have one of the highlights of the whole regatta. It is the mixed gender senior 8, 4 men, 4 women. They will line up for a 500-metre race. We've got 4 entrants today who are looking to take out this prestigious title. It is Mercer in lane 3, closest to us on the bank. Lane 4 is Nelson Rowing Club, complete in their pink hats. Lane 5, North Shore Rowing Club. Celebrating their 150th, they'd like nothing more than to take out this event. And finally, on the far side, it's Canterbury, who I think are the title holders of this event, the Mixed Senior Coxed 8. There'll be a lot of tactics that take place in this race. So the first, I think, is the seating order. Interesting to see there that shot of Mercer. And in my opinion, the winning strategy is to have the females in the stern pair of the mixed 8, and I think a few clubs have worked that out over the last couple of years. You move your men back in the boat, and the women can get the rating up that bit higher because it's a short sprint It's the number of strokes you can get in between now and the finish line. Other tactics include what you're going to rate. Anything between 40 to 600 is on the cards here today. Equally, it's not a held start, so expect to see some tactics from some of the more experienced coxswains as they just start to inch their boats forward. I'm joined here by Maxine.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Just having a look through the crews, we've got some big names in these crews. North Shore, though, no Pat Davenport. He did recently come out of retirement for the Club 8. Very disappointing to not see him in the North Shore 8. Do you have any insights on that?
That's a lot of watts they're losing there from not having Pat in that boat. So I'm not sure if they've ran some seat racing for this event or if they're looking to save him for the B final of the Club 8 tomorrow. I'm not sure.
Look, Coach Liam Avery with some questionable selection there, but we would never question a coach on their selection.
Well, he is also a winner of this event. I think he was the coxswain, if you remember that dramatic pose of him lying down on the podium.
Yes,
with
I
his
do.
little medal in the mixed gender 8. So he's got a lot of history in this event.
And here we go. We see the boat starting to line up on the 1500 metre mark. Again, as Matt said, there is no held start. So we could have a bit of a protest here, depending on if all the boats manage to get lined up. We see two boats just sneaking across the line.
Yeah, it's Mercer. Mercer's going for that extra canvas of
Oh,
and they're
they've
off,
gone.
and they've been allowed to start. It's a great start from Mercer because they had that canvas. But here comes North Shore. Everyone's really got their rating up nice and high. You see those pink hats of Nelson rowing in absolute unison. We've got an absolute sprint on our hands, and it is bow ball for bow ball.
Nelson doing very well. They did start at a little bit of a deficit there. They're about half a canvas back on lane 2, Mercer, but they've managed to push their nose
They've got
just
the
in
jump,
front.
that's right. They've got the jump. They've taken the rating up. Here comes North Shore. They're holding on to second. They've pushed ahead of Mercer now. All three of those crews ahead of Canterbury.
North Shore, they're missing the watts of Pat Davenport through the middle of the boat there, but they're still managing to hold on for second or third place. They are bow ball with Mercer.
What a ding-dong we have here. Mercer back in the action as they pull up alongside North Shore. It's still Nelson, 250 to go. They've got 3 seats up now. Tim Babbage will be absolutely jumping up and down with joy at this point in the race. They've got that quarter-length advantage over North Shore, who have now jumped ahead of Mercer.
Looking out the window, we're looking for Liam Avery to give that extra little bit of watts to his crew there, but Mercer just managing to hold on there to Nelson again with the pink hats there. Nelson surging ahead. Timothy Chalamet Babbage will be happy with this performance from his crew. This is his peak crew for this event.
It's now half a length to Nelson, and with less than 100 to go, I don't think they'll be caught, but the battle is on for second between Mercer Rowing Club and North Shore, with Canterbury only a canvas behind. They've got their flag out flying. They're taking it down to the line. Congratulations! Tim Babbage, Nelson Rowing Club take out the mixed gender 8. It's second place for Mercer and a real sprint for the line. North Shore over Canterbury.
Well done, Timothy Chalamet Babbage, uncle of the Timothy Chalamet, will be very happy with his Nelson 8 today.
But it's celebrations all round. What an event, what a race.
We see the Canterbury flag flying high, a late entrance to this race. The coxswain's up as if he's won. He hasn't, but it's good to know he's still got that club spirit.
Thanks, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced, and active growth funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.